Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call to order the Planning Board meeting for April 20th, 2021. My name is Carrie Martinick. I'm Chair of the Planning Board. Before we get started, I need to read a few notes. This open meeting of the Planning Board is being conducted remotely, consistent with Governor Baker's executive order of March 12, 2020, due to the current state of emergency in the Commonwealth due to the outbreak of the COVID-19 virus. In order to mitigate the transmission of the COVID-19 virus, the town of Northborough has been advised and directed by the Commonwealth to suspend public gatherings, and as such, the governor's order suspends the requirement of the open meeting law to have all meetings in a publicly accessible physical location. All members of the planning board are allowed and encouraged to participate remotely. The order allows the planning board to meet entirely remotely so long as reasonable public access is afforded so that the public can follow along with the deliberations of the meeting. The public is encouraged to follow along using the posted agenda. Members of the public who wish to view the live stream of this meeting may do so by going to Northborough Remote Meetings on YouTube via the link listed on the agenda. Ensuring public access does not ensure public participation unless such participation is required by law. This meeting will feature public comment. Now I'd like to confirm that everybody anticipated on the agenda are remotely present and can be heard. Members, when I call your name, please respond in the affirmative. Amy Pretsky?
Here.
Millie Milton?
Here.
Okay. Anthony Zeiton?
Here.
And Michelle Gillespie?
Here.
And staff, when I call your name, please respond in the affirmative. Kathy Joubert?
Yes.
And Fred Litchfield?
Here.
Great. Okay, ground rules for the meeting. I will invite each speaker on the agenda by name to make a presentation and speak to the application. Participants will provide their full name and hold until their name is called. Each speaker will be asked to mute their phone or computer when not speaking and to speak clearly in a way that helps generate accurate meeting minutes. Those responding will be asked to wait until the floor is yielded to them by the chair. Speakers who wish to respond to the comments of others do so through the chair, taking care to identify themselves. Each vote taken by the board or committee will be conducted by roll call vote. After members have spoken, the chair will afford public comment as follows. By phone, dial *9 to raise your hand and wait to be recognized by the chair. Please note that part of your phone number will be visible to those viewing the meeting. By Zoom, click raise hand on the bottom of your screen and wait to be recognized by the chair. The chair will ask members of the public who wish to speak to identify their names and addresses only. Once the chair has a list of all public commentators, the chair will call on each by name and afford 3 minutes for comments. There's no executive session this evening. Okay, great. So with that, why don't we get started with the agenda? First on our agenda, we have review of site plan approval application for 90 West Main Street. So why don't we bring in the presenters there? Oops. Oh, there you go. Okay, do we have everyone from your team, Vito?
I think so. Is it just me? I think so.
Just you tonight? Okay.
I think so.
So Tom is not joining and Mark and Raquel are not joining? No? That's okay. I just want to make sure they're not. Oh, there's Tom.
Yeah, I don't know if Tom was there or not. I wasn't sure.
Yep, I see Tom on, but not.
Okay, yeah, bring him in.
Okay, so I hear an echo. I don't know if someone has on double. I don't know where the echo is coming from. Do you guys hear an echo a little bit?
Yes.
Jim, do you see where the echo would be coming from or no?
I do not. I only see your mic active when you're talking. But if whoever's not presenting, if they could just, if everyone could just have their mic muted unless they're presenting, that should fix the issue.
Okay. All right, great. Okay, Vito, so if you wouldn't mind just presenting, oh, hi, Tom. If you wouldn't mind presenting the plan, just so we can get an overview. And board members, do you want to pull anything up? Do you need to share anything?
Yeah, I can share the screen if you want. I can show the plan.
Sure, that would be great.
Okay. All right. So this is at 90 West Main Street. I'm just trying to zoom in here for you. Whoops. Sorry. Okay, so right now there's an existing house, two-family on the lot. I think is everyone aware where the project is? 90 West Main. It's right across the street from that newer, somewhat new development. Monument is right across the street, right over here. So what they're proposing is essentially to remove the existing two-family structure, remove the garage down the back, and put in a mixed-use building with commercial space on the first floor, and then residential on the floors above. They'd have parking to the side of the building, over in here, and to the rear of the project where there's kind of wetlands, there's buffer zone, there's a floodplain. They'd just leave that in a natural state. They'd remove all the structures, all the pavement, pull that back, and then renaturalize that area. So all the work would be kind of brought to the front of the site to get away from all those resource areas. We've already been through design review, and we will be before ZBA next week for site plan review and special permit. I think so through design review, we've already reviewed all the landscaping and the architecture. And as far as the site plan goes, it's fairly straightforward. I know we've seen this site a few times. I think this is a good improvement over the last time anyone has seen this. We have access on the side. It's big enough, turning radiuses for emergency vehicles to enter the site. There's a loading area in the rear, kind of hidden from any public view. There's a dumpster pad in the back that's also screened. This loading area also doubles as an area where vehicles can turn around. It's big enough for, some of the larger delivery trucks and stuff like that that would be needed to be able to turn around safely and pull back out. We have handicap access right here where we pull right across. It's a nice flat area, suitable for the handicap access. And then if we just keep moving on, we have utility connections out through the street. We have a sewer service that's available out there, so no septic system is needed. And we have all our water services available right in here. And then as far as stormwater management goes, we've proposed a dry well out in the driveway out here, and that takes the roof runoff. And that satisfies our requirements under the groundwater overlay districts and also our recharge requirements under the Wetlands Protection Act and Conservation Commission requirements. And then for the parking area itself, we've added a treatment structure right in the corner that gets us our water quality treatment prior to any discharge near the wetland resources. So I think that's just the quick overview. I don't know if you're looking for more detail than that or anything else.
Would you mind just pulling up you had some renderings, just out of curiosity. I saw the design change a couple times. I'm just curious to see what that looks like.
Yep, I don't have the renderings on my computer. I don't know if Tom had those available. If not,
We might have
I'm
them
not sure
online.
if Kat-
Kathy, do you have site plan or?
Sorry, yeah, I mean, you don't need the site plan, you need the renderings. Carrie, you want me to get them?
Curious, yeah, I had seen a couple different iterations.
Okay. You,
Online.
go on chatting. It's gonna pull.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I forgot to mention, we've also been to Conservation Commission also for review of the project, and there's no outstanding issues there with that commission.
Do we have a chat? I don't have chat on my side.
No, I just meant if,
Oh, go on talking. I thought you meant you were putting something in chat. the chat box.
no, I'm just looking for the,
Well, that's okay. We can start with if board members have any questions to start about the site plan. So to everyone who may be watching and is not clear, so this is an application going before the ZBA, and what the planning board's role in is this is just a technical review in terms of the site plan approval. Just anything that we would look at and want the ZBA to take in consideration as part of our review. But we are not the board to make the decision on this application. Okay. Any comments from board members?
I just had a quick question because I think it's a bit of a drop down right now. Is that all going to be coming up? So it's more of a street level entry, or is there still going to be a drop down?
No, we're going to raise up so the building and the parking are going to be at street level. And then that lower area beyond the parking would drop down to the natural area below.
Oh, to the backside. Okay.
Yeah.
And the tenant, is that going to be, as far as the business, is that a construction or something like that? Is that what I heard?
Yeah, they're a kind of like a remodeling company. They kitchen remodels or interior house. So it's kind of like their office space, their showroom. It's not really for sales, but it's kind of like their showroom area. So they wouldn't be shipping materials in and out of there. It's just more of a business end.
Will there be signage out front on the street for the business?
Yep, yeah. There's a sign would be out front. We had it on the site plan, but it's kind of right out in front of the building.
Okay.
So you'd mentioned that you're going to raise up the elevation to street level. So it's down quite a bit right now, right? I mean,
Right.
Okay. So and then it goes flat, and then it grades off in the back.
Yep, yeah. So off the back side of the parking lot would grade down. I think it's maybe 8 feet or so, and then that lower area in the back would just stay natural. But the front parking in the building would be up at street level.
So, Tom, I think these are the latest elevations, correct?
Yes,
The most-
elevation
yeah.
and floor plans, yes.
So Carrie, I don't know if you want to have Tom just go over the design, or you just wanted them up?
Tom, did you want to speak to them at all?
Well, the positioning of the building is close to the street as per the bylaws required, being within 20 feet. I think we're in close to 6 or 7, which lines up with the adjacent buildings that on the left is 96 West Main and I think 82 on the right. In terms of the scale, 96 West Main Street, the median roof height is 23 feet. The area is 8,100 square feet. To the right, 82 West Main is 6,000 square feet, and its median roof height is 33 feet. And this building is in between in both median roof height and area. It is 7,600 square feet on the 3 floors. And it's also, sorry about that. Also, the median roof height is 31 feet. So it's halfway between both area and height. And it's lines up in terms of placement along West Main Street. So I believe that in terms of the requirements of the design review guidelines, this structure conforms. Also, the style of the building is meant to be part of the New England vernacular, classical vernacular, using clapboards, double hung windows, etc. And it's got a mixture of roof systems that are very similar to what you see along West Main Street. And the coloration is going to be dark gray or black roof, black sash windows, and white trim and siding. It's very similar to the Unitarian Church, the Trinity Church, and the Historical Museum, where you have classic white siding with a dark roof. So that's the vocabulary.
Great. Any additional board questions?
There's no garages, so are some of the spaces designated for the residents and then some for the business, or is it just sort of a free-for-all on that?
Well, I think the pattern of use would complement the two, the way they designate the parking. I think we have, 11 or 12 spaces, so.
Yeah, I think it would work out the way just business uses in the day and then more residential at night. But I don't think we've designated which ones are which. If they need to, they always could, I guess. in the
Yeah,
future.
just curious.
So based on the business itself, and then what was the living quarters upstairs? How many? And
There's 2 3-bedroom apartments and 1 2-bedroom apartment. And the apartments are, they're stacked. They're like 2-floor townhouse structures.
okay.
So,
And does anybody know what the guidelines is for parking in terms of
Yeah, they're on the front sheet of the site plans. They just outline how many spaces per square footage, and then for apartments or residential, they just give it per bedroom, basically, the number of spaces you need to comply with. I don't remember them offhand, but they're right on the front of the plan.
Okay, Kathy, do you mind if you stop
Oh,
sharing for
yeah.
a second, and then if you want to pull your plan back up, unless anybody has, well, that's okay. There we go. All right, and if you just want to pull back your site plan.
Sure. So the parking requirements. Whoops, I'm a little far. All right, down here. So it's just based on whether you have a 1 bedroom or a 2 or more bedrooms, and then the commercial space on the first floor. It dictated we needed 15 spaces, and then the downtown business is a 25% reduction, so it's 12 required, and that's what's been provided.
But that doesn't accommodate for the dwelling units, does it?
Yep, that's everything all together. The dwelling units required 6.6, and then the retail was 8.5, total of 15, and then.
Wouldn't it-
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. I think when I read in the bylaws, they're supposed to round up. So if it's 2 or more bedroom units, which all 3 are, it'd be 2 spaces each. So that would be 6 times 10%. So then 7 spaces there would be required, and then 8.5 at the bottom, which would be 15.5, which comes to 16. And then 25% would make it what? 16 minus 4, 12.
Yeah.
12.
Yeah. But I think, aren't there only 9, 10, 11, 12? What my concern was is the 25% reduction. Just because with COVID, I know in the past when they talked about multi-use buildings, people would go to work during the day, so those parking spaces would be for the store people. And then at night, they'd be home when the store is closed, and then they'd use those spaces for parking for the apartments. What concerns me with COVID is the amount of people who work from home. And the reduction of 25% parking spaces is concerning, mostly because it's downtown. We don't have on-street parking or overflow parking, and my concern would be what happens if there's too many cars for the spaces. Like, I think of my 3-bedroom house and we have 4 cars. So if there's like older kids that are driving and the apartment dwellers take up all the spaces, then what happens to the people who visit the business? I guess in these days of COVID, I'm nervous about reducing the spaces by 25%. That was just a concern. But overall, I think the building looks nice, and it's facing forward. It's got a porch. I think I heard the lighting on the porch are they having recessed lights on the porch?
Yes. Yeah. Kind of down. Yep.
What are the other lights? Is there a parking lot light, or how do you light up the parking lot at night?
They have some wall packs on the sides of the building.
Okay, so it's just wall packs.
Yeah, there's one right there and one right here.
Okay.
Parking space. Yep.
Do you know if they're dark sky compliant?
They would be. They'd have to be. I think that's the requirement.
Okay. So my major concern would be, because I did go to the groundwater meeting, I'm on the groundwater committee, and what people thought was great is that everything is moved forward into groundwater 3. I'm concerned if there's a need for more parking. Is that are cars going to park out back on the grass in the groundwater 2? How do you stop that from happening? Because that wouldn't be an appropriate use on the groundwater 2.
Right, and the groundwater 2 is back in right there, and there's a guardrail across the back side of the parking area, and then this is a 1-to-1 slope, so it's really not drivable. You can't just drive down it. It's a 2, 4, 6, 8-foot drop.
Oh, okay.
So it's not really.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. We have a hand raised in the audience from MA Design. I believe it's the applicants, if you would like me to bring them
What
over.
about someone on your team?
Yep, yeah, those are,
Oh,
that's
I'm
the,
sorry.
yeah,
Yep,
that's
sure.
right.
I didn't realize there was another member. Thank you.
Yeah, I believe they joined late. I just let them in now, so they should be available.
Okay.
Great, guys. My name is Raquel. I'm one of the team members here. Just something about parking. For the past, even before the pandemic, our appointments are pretty much design appointments and it's by appointment only. So it's not like we would have to drive in and stop by randomly without an appointment. For that reason, I think the parking should be more than sufficient for giving our expected volume and not having more than one or two appointments at the same time. So I just want to bring that to everyone's attention as well.
Get it.
Okay, great.
While you're on the line, I had one more question. They had mentioned deliveries in the back. Are those going to be big, like 18-wheeler truck deliveries, or they're small vans? What do you foresee being delivered?
I mean, well, we're not going to have pretty much any stock. Everything, either it's probably going to be delivered to client sites as we do today. So just have samples delivered pretty much. I mean, small things. We don't even have much space for storage except the basin, which is what we're using for storage. So it's not large deliveries at all because we don't keep stock in store.
Oh, and what do you do? What is your showroom? Is it bathrooms, kitchens? I'm just curious.
We do a little bit of everything. We do a lot of building on our own for our project. But pretty much when we do a kitchen or a bath, instead of sending people to Home Depot, they just come in and they buy through us, and we have our vendors, and then we get everything shipped to their house. It's just pretty much, I mean, a place that people can come to choose colors, to choose cabinets, and to choose everything either for their own independent project, but I would say 90% of the projects are projects that we do ourselves.
Okay, so I know it's been mentioned that it's a contractor's facility, but you don't have any heavy machinery or heavy trucks? No building trucks?
No.
This is just a retail store and office?
Yeah, it's a showroom, I would say. I wouldn't necessarily even call it a store. It's just where we meet with clients and where we display samples of our products.
Okay, thanks. Now with the deliveries, so do you think the deliveries, it's a small van, or what type of deliveries? What size trucks are coming?
I mean, the most I would have is 100 square feet of tile most days, which is like 5 to 6 boxes. I don't imagine being huge deliveries because there's no storage space for them.
Okay, so it's like a van, not big trucks.
Yes.
I was just wondering about the turnaround.
Also, I just wanted to comment about the apartments. You know, typically the landlord can tell them, each tenant, how many spaces they have, so that should not be a concern. Each tenant will know if they have 1 or 2 parking spaces.
Right. So if
How the
somebody had like,
how the landlord manages their property.
so like if they had 4, like my daughter's in an apartment and they have 2 spaces each, but the other 2 park on the road. So then they couldn't rent to someone that has 4 cars?
Well, that's up to the landlord. That's up to their lease, and that's what they agree with them and the tenant. Right?
Yes, we're gonna put this as a part of our lease wording. We're gonna limit the number of cars. That's how we plan to go about doing it, and that's gonna be it, up to whatever many cars we can park, and that's it.
Sometimes in a situation, like maybe your daughter's, Amy, they have on-street parking. There's no on-street parking.
Right.
So
Yep.
that's why it's in the lease and the landlord manages it.
Other questions on this? Not for me.
No.
Amy, anything from you?
I'm just looking down my notes. Um, Michelle, can you just describe the trees, or maybe Tom Reardon, the trees that are on site and the size of the trees?
The design has, along the eastern property line, we have a mixture of little leaf linden and ornamental grasses. And near around the front porch on the site plan, we have mulch with hydrangeas. And then we have a few pines on the west corner adjacent to 96. And the rest in the front would be grass, and in the rear would be grass.
Okay. I'm not a tree expert, but I did read that lindens are good for a downtown treescape. I just didn't know if a linden might be better than a white fir or pine in the front, because I know we have a lot of pines in our neighborhood and they get really big and the branches break off, and it was just a note that I was thinking about.
Yeah, we went through the landscaping with, I think you were there, design review, and Dave Veron kind of reviewed that. That's what we came up with, the little leaf lindens adjacent to the parking lot, basically, because they can take anything, the heat, the drought, so I think that, and then I think the pines, there was a couple on the side over in here. That was the only spot.
I was just wondering if lindens are better up front, but Dave is the expert on that, so I'll leave that to him. And in between the buildings on the left side, is that like a retaining wall between the two, I think?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's an existing retaining wall on the abutting property here.
Yeah.
Right. Yep. So there's kind of like a little valley between what will be the building and then this retaining wall.
Will there be any landscaping in there, or?
No, it's kind of just a, if it was any in there, it wouldn't really do much good because this wall is up higher.
Yeah.
Area is going to be down low. This is going to be, I think that wall is maybe 5 or 6 feet tall.
Okay.
Yeah.
We do have an unusual condition between 96 and 90. We have a sliver of land that we don't know who owns it.
Yep.
So
Right
it starts
there.
out about 5 feet wide and it goes down to nothing.
Mm-hmm.
So if we can track down if there is an owner or not, we'd like to fill that gully in adjacent to the retaining wall.
Yep.
And I've spoken with the owner of 96 West Main, Mr. Abu, and he's in agreement with that, but we have not been able to track down this vestigial piece of land's owner.
Wow.
It's like a drafting error that's been perpetrated for decades.
Yep.
So the goal would be to bring up the grade to the height of or essentially the height of that wall.
Correct. Or a little bit below it. So it wouldn't be a gully or a swale.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. And I think Fred probably mentioned it to you. We were in Groundwater, and he said that the building would need downspouts and gutters that went to the dry well.
Yep.
I guess they're not on the drawing, but he said, I'm sure you'll be able to do that.
It's required, yep.
Yep. Okay. And do you know, is there a private company that's going to do the stormwater clean out, or is it going to be the applicant?
For the maintenance in the future, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to hire out somebody, just a typical company that cleans out catch basins. That's the only maintenance would be on this one structure in the back.
Okay.
They bring like a vacuum truck and it just cleans it out.
Okay. Okay, I think that's all I have.
Okay, I just have a couple. I think what I had was mostly covered already, but just so the fire department reviewed and this was fine for turnaround and all of that.
Yeah, I don't know if we got a formal letter or not, Kathy. Do you remember? I can't remember off the top of my head if we got the letter. It's been a while. But they review it as part of every site plan application.
Oh no, I know that they do. I just didn't see anything in terms of it there.
I don't remember if we got a letter yet or not.
Okay, well, I'm sure the ZBA will look for that anyway.
Yep.
And then in terms of exiting out of this lot, it looks like, could you orient so is this the same exit that's there today, that exists today?
Yeah, so this is right over the same curb cut. It's widened out a little bit more, but proper radius is on the curb roundings. But that existing curb cut's from right there to there. And
Okay.
then we widened it a little bit.
All right, so essentially the same.
Yeah, it's in the same exact location. I think we brought it from 20 feet to 24.
Mm-hmm.
That's the proper width.
Let's see. All right. Any other questions from the board?
Just wondering, should we write a letter to the ZBA?
Yeah, if we want, does anybody have any additional questions, or can't see everybody, so you just have to speak up.
I do not.
No, I'm all set.
Any other comments from staff? No? Okay, so if we wanted to capture anything in a memo to the ZBA, it didn't sound like we had a whole lot. Amy, was there specifics that you wanted to mention?
I had a couple. I would like to mention dark skies compliant because we don't have that in our bylaws. So if they could have a condition that the lighting is dark sky compliant. I'd also like to put a condition, no parking of heavy machinery, just because when it has been brought up a couple of times, it's mentioned it's a contractor's, building. But even though I know they say it's a showroom now, in the future, it could turn into, the parking of heavy machinery, and that's not really what is allowed in the downtown.
Anything
And I
else?
guess you could even mention to them to ask for the formal letter from the fire department to check on the turnaround, but maybe that will, like you said, maybe that will come anyways. And the plantings in perpetuity, because we always add that, because it's not in our bylaws.
Okay, and looking at
So I have a question. So the applicant meets their guidelines with all their lighting staying on the property. Why do we all of a sudden want to add this dark skies thing when the board has never discussed it, had any discussion, and it would be new to the discussion for the ZBA?
I
So
can
it
bring it
meets
up.
it meets within the guidelines of all their lighting staying on their property. That meets in with the current guidelines. Why are you adding something else to it? That the board has I'm still talking, Amy. So the board has never discussed this. It's never been on our agenda. We've never had any formal discussion about that. So that's the first thing. The second thing is when you talk about heavy equipment, there's going to be a snowplow, and that's a heavy equipment that's going to go down there. And then there's going to be a truck that may come down if they need to do landscaping. So how do you define that? Are you just concerned about that someone's not going to bring a tractor and store a tractor down there? I think you need to define what that is, or make that recommendation to let the ZBA handle it in their decision. And I can't remember what your third one was. Oh, that's right, landscaping.
So Amy, any thoughts on that?
Sure. We talked about dark skies compliant a bunch of times with the Bartlett Street warehouses. I was thinking dark skies compliant because there are tenants there that are living upstairs and there are tenants across the street. It's really just the color of a bulb and the lighting. I don't think it would be anything difficult for the architect or developers to do. What do you think, Tom? Like, you must see, you're probably doing it with dark sky lighting anyways.
Well, there are only two light fixtures that will be directed towards the parking. All the others will be recessed lights in the porch areas. And those will probably be LED, and whatever coloration you want on the Kelvin scale, we will supply. Not a big deal.
Yeah, I guess I was just concerned about the lights shining out for the tenants there and the tenants across the street. I was just trying to be cognizant of that.
Well, the photometric plan shows no light escaping from the site
Yep,
by design.
right. I just didn't want it to glow up so the tenants upstairs have a glow outside their window. So that was my only concern there.
I don't think we can mandate the control of light emitting from the interior of a structure.
The wall packs are outside, right?
Well, you were saying about glowing from inside the apartment out.
Oh, no, I was talking about outside. Outside on the building. I don't know if they're shielded so they don't travel upwards. So if someone's trying to sleep upstairs in the building, they don't see the glow of the light packs on the building. That was my only concern with the wall packs. I don't know if they go off at a certain time or how much light they give off. My concern was for the tenants in the upstairs apartments. I don't know if the wall packs have shielding and they just point down anyways.
Well, they haven't been selected yet.
Okay.
But that certainly would
I
be.
guess yeah,
We could accommodate that.
it was just a concern more for the tenants.
And just remember, people, Amy, if someone wants to rent an apartment and their tenant complains that the light is, they'll fix it because they want to keep happy tenants. So again, I think this is something that the landlord can handle. Most light packs shoot downward.
It was just so the landlord wouldn't have to worry about it in the future, just to do it the first time. And for the heavy machinery, it wasn't about a snowplow coming into the property and plowing their own property. It was just the parking. But they sound like they're just a showroom anyway, so I guess they're not going to have any heavy machinery parked outside.
And if this clause actually added, I would like to know a very clear definition of heavy machinery, because if I have a F-150 with a small plow, I don't think that is considered heavy machine. I think it's nice for us to have that clear.
Sure.
So
I was
we
just thinking.
our recommendations anyway, so the ZBA would have ultimate authority and decide. We're just providing some of the feedback that we had tonight, not necessarily that would be part of the final decision. So with that, I don't know how board members feel about creating a memo that have those three items. It sounds like, Michelle, you're not in favor. How do other board members feel about those three items for ZBA consideration?
Well, just to be clear, I'm not in favor of using dark skies since the board has never discussed it, okay? It's two differences from, you've already asked applicants to keep the light on their property and they go through these testing to make sure it happens. Now you're talking about something different, which may be confusing to the ZBA.
But what did you think about the heavy machinery and the landscaping?
I'm okay with the landscaping, but again, the applicant just told you heavy equipment it's very broad. So she's asking about what if I bring my plow on the property and stuff like that. You know, you could say that you don't want heavy equipment stored, but you have to define it or let the ZBA define it for you.
Right. Okay. Other board member thoughts on those items?
Yeah, nothing in particular from me on any of those items.
Are you in support of putting them in a memo, or you don't want to put you want to put certain ones in a memo, or what do you think?
I think the lighting, I would rather not. I do think that is up to the tenants and the landlord. The heavy equipment might be the only one that I would be, parking heavy equipment for, and not an F-150 truck, but more construction equipment. Yeah.
And landscaping, how do you feel about that?
Is there going to be like box trucks parked overnight or anything from the owners of the business?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, so I get Amy's point, and I think it's a valid point. As far as lighting, it's, if Tom's telling us it's contained, and I trust that he's telling the truth. And I would be mildly concerned about over time, some sort of creep of equipment being there. And I think, and also mildly concerned about parking. I mean, I understand that's the landlord's responsibility to manage, but I could see that kind of getting out of hand fairly easily. And there's no space there. If you ran out of space, people would be parking on the side of Route 20. So I wouldn't mind it, at least the ZBA, that we recommend that they consider these things.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Thoughts on considering parking?
I mean, I think it would be good to mention it that we had concerns about 12 spaces.
Millie, thoughts on parking for you?
Yeah, I think that they're at the minimum of 12 spaces, but it's compliant.
Okay, so you have no concern about you don't want to put parking in the memo?
It's a question, but I don't know that it needs, for me, on my end, it needs to go in a memo.
Okay. Michelle, thoughts on parking for you?
They're compliant.
Okay. Okay, so it sounds like overall that we would like to mention that we have some concerns about that the majority of the board has concerns about parking heavy machinery, just to have a ZBA consider maybe putting that as a condition or defining what that equates to, and just making sure that that's not happening there. And it sounds like everybody was on board with perpetuity, with landscaping perpetuity. And then also, I think this was a simple one. I don't know if anyone's opposed, but we were looking to be sure there was a letter from the fire department.
Yeah.
That seemed pretty straightforward. Does that cover everything we want to include in the memo?
Yes.
Yeah.
So I have three things.
Three things.
You want to ask the ZBA to address?
Yes, just to consider as part of their decision.
Okay.
I was just wondering, Kathy, I don't know if you know offhand, to drop down the 25% in Business West, is that a waiver that needs to be asked? I'm not saying to not approve it, I'm just wondering if they have to ask for a waiver to drop down 25%. I'm trying to look it up now.
I didn't think it needed a waiver, but we could look it up and double check.
There's one section that talks about that the site plan approval authority may authorize reduction up to 30%. I'm getting, it sounds like a double. Is anyone else hearing all that?
Yeah, Jim, do you see anything that could possibly be causing an echo? It seems to be happening.
I believe it may be Vito's mic, if he's not, if he doesn't have headphones connected, but I can keep an eye on it. I don't see anyone else's mic moving besides the person presenting.
Okay. All right, keep an eye on Vito then.
In the downtown business district, by right, the minimum number of parking spaces for mixed-use development shall be 75% of the minimum number required under the subsection for parking. So
Okay, thanks.
it's a shall.
Okay.
Which keeps in mind how we're trying to make a walkable downtown as part of the master plan.
Yeah, definitely. I think that their housing and the residential, but I think, like they mentioned at the beginning and before the pandemic, people would go to work, so those spaces would be for use, and then at night they'd use the parking spaces. I'm just concerned during pandemic times, but she did mention that they're by appointment only, so it shouldn't be a problem there.
Okay, so you'll go with those three comments, and I'll just put that together in a letter to or memo to the planning, to the ZBA.
Yeah, and I don't think, just looking down the criteria, it doesn't sound like we really talked about anything else that's related to the decision criteria for site plan approval, so I think that would cover it.
Thanks, everybody. I think it will look good.
Thank you.
Yeah, clearly an improvement.
Yeah, sure. Okay, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's see. We have next on our, oops, we're still stuck here. And we still have Vito here. There we go. Okay, I think we're back. Okay, next on our agenda, we have a discussion regarding the design review committee. And the last time we met, we talked about, we wanted to evaluate performance of a design review member. And what we decided last time was that we would discuss what next steps we wanted to take as a, that are appropriate for that kind of review. So tonight is really just taking the opportunity for the board to talk about what we want to do for next steps. Personally, for me, I think, things that I would want to review, that we got some different letters coming in. We have, we talked last time about taking a look at some of the past meetings, just to take a look at what's going on in the committee, different things like that. I think we talked about possibly having well, it sounds like maybe, Kathy, did we get a reply on executive session? What's the procedure for that, and what we need to do in terms of rights of the individual reviewed, or how does that work?
No, I didn't. I wanted to wait for, or what I thought the direction was to wait, to see what you discussed today, and then talk to town council about whether or not you want to proceed with this executive session, and whether this qualifies.
Okay.
I don't know what this is, other than what I've seen, in the emails, but whatever it is that you define it as, does that fall under the criteria for holding an executive session?
Right. Okay. All right. So we'll need that answer as well. So it sounds like, what is the criteria for executive session? And then along those lines, what are the rights of an individual being reviewed? And just to make sure that we, follow what the appropriate laws are and things like that, just to make sure our board is doing the right thing. Are there other things that the board would like to include as part of a review, or thoughts on next steps?
Well, I went to the open meeting law guide, and it does say if you're going to discuss a discipline or any complaints brought against a public officer, employee, staff, or individual, it shall be an executive session. So I really feel it should be an executive session. But I had a question for Michelle as a design review chair. Is this discussion going to be about a Facebook post, or is it going to be about certain meetings from design review too? Or I was just curious, like how far reaching it is.
Well, I think you've received 3 letters and 3 members of the design review committee. Have you read the letters?
I did. Yep. And they say
I think that in those letters, they spell out their concerns.
Okay. Well, I know for groundwater, we had a discussion on the groundwater committee, the purview, and we discussed certain things about a person, and the chair of the committee actually had links to the video that he wanted to discuss. So I was thinking, if it's not just about a Facebook post, if it's about a certain meeting or an issue at a certain meeting, if you as chair could actually send us the date and the time, because I can't go through and watch every meeting of the last year. If you had examples.
So why don't you, in your questions to the, I don't know if this is possible, but in your questions to the legal counsel, could design review committee join in your meeting for executive session? If that's not possible, then I guess you as a board could ask questions to the design review committee.
I would rather get the links. Like, I feel like we're the board that's going to discuss this. Like, I think we need the links to see where the problems lie. I don't think
you as a board can go back and ask for that. You had 3 individuals on that committee send you letters, and you can go back and ask.
Okay, but I don't think we need another board as part of our executive committee. I think executive session, I think as a board, we can, with the evidence that we're given, should be able to, come to a conclusion that's fair and just for all.
So it sounds like we're looking for specific meeting examples, whether that's provided by Michelle as the chair or members of the committee.
Sure, maybe Michelle could email the committee members who had concerns, unless it's just about the Facebook. That's what I'm trying to figure out. If it's about just the Facebook post, then that's what we can discuss. But if it's actually examples from meetings where there was a concern in a meeting, I would just like a link to the date and time so I could watch it. You know, I'll definitely reread all the letters. We did receive a letter from town council that gave us advice too. We can talk about that. But I think it all should be in executive session. I don't know if we need town council there. He already weighed in on it. It's up to everybody else.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm sort of echoing what you're saying there, Amy, is that if people had specific concerns or examples of where problems generated or originated, I'd like to see that.
So Michelle, can you go back to your committee and find what examples that we could look at as part of our evaluation? Any sort of dates or times or anything like that?
I think that you as chair should request it from the design review committee about what you're asking from the design review committee members.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's
Okay,
fine.
so
I just wanted to give you the courtesy of being able.
So what I propose is that you have two boards, you have a board and a committee. As part of your question to legal counsel, as you could ask, could these two boards meet in executive session together?
I don't want to do that, actually. I think that we need to talk as a board, and I don't know how other members feel, but I think that we haven't even reviewed it together, and we also have to consider the person being reviewed, and I don't think that that is a fair environment, and we need to be really cognizant of that. I don't know how other board members feel, if you want it to be joint or you want to have our own executive session.
No, yeah, I'm sorry to cut you off. I mean, I think it'd be premature. I think that the letters were broad, without real specific examples, and I do think it would be very helpful. And if that means that we as the planning board needs to write a letter to design review requesting that the complainants, people who sent in complaints, provide further detail, times and dates of what we can review, and then we can discuss that amongst ourselves, I think, in, again, executive session.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Yeah. So, all right, so it sounds like
So
you,
if I could just clarify, if you just want to do this as a board and not to share the executive session with the two, the committee and the board together, then you as a board, us as a board, you as a chair should send a letter to the design review for those 3 letters that you got and ask those specific questions that you're asking now.
that's
We
fine.
discussed at either a design review meeting.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, so that's fair. I think we have the information to evaluate. I think we have letters for both sides. I think like there were 7 maybe one way and 8 the other way. So I think the board should review all letters. We can send a letter to design review to find out what are some specific examples or video or meetings or times, just to narrow it down for us. I mean, I started to go back and try to look, but I just ran out of time. I mean, it's a lot of meetings to go through. So I just want to make sure that we have a chance to evaluate that. It sounds like we need to know from council what is the reasoning. Is that something we'd have to obviously figure out the legal reasoning? We can't, declare just any reason for executive session, so I want to make sure that we do that legally. And also find out what are the person being reviewed, what are their individual rights? So do we need to give them X period notice, or do we need to, I think they should be there, and it sounds like there may be counsel on the other side involved as well. So if the other side wants to be represented by counsel, what does that mean for our evaluation?
And if the
I mean, I would assume that if, just
not
if I could just,
executive session,
Yeah.
you want to wait till then, till I ask town council, and then determine.
Yeah, we'll need to know to put on the agenda, because otherwise we have no reason.
Yeah.
So it'll be a little bit of conundrum.
I was just gonna add to that, if you just mentioned that the other side has legal counsel, then a question Kathy might ask is, should then legal counsel for the board members be there as well?
Okay, that's a good thought. Okay, so it sounds like we need, those are our next steps to get information there. Any other so then it sounds like once we get those answers, I will notify is this a letter that you think I could just send to the board? Does the committee, do board members feel okay with that, or do we wanna, I could send it for everyone to look at. I know we don't meet again for a little bit, so I don't wanna, I could just draft a letter and then maybe send it through Kathy, because we obviously can't deliberate outside of a public meeting.
Is this before or after getting a word back from town council?
That's a good question. I was just gonna send a letter to ask what are the specific examples in meetings. Oh my, hold on one second, I gotta fix my. Sorry about that, the sun was in my eyes. So it would just be a letter really asking for members to clarify if there are certain meetings that we should review, or, even time or meeting or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it would be great if there's something we can review versus, they might be inclined to just say, well, at a certain meeting, this is what transpired, and summarize it. I'd love to see if there's what we can see.
Okay.
To review, yeah.
I also think that they should get back to us in an email. Like, I don't think it's something that design review should meet and discuss as a board, because then that should go into executive session too. Because what I read about executive session, if you're talking about a person who's on a board, you need to go into executive session. So I think if you send an email to the people who sent you an email, if you reply to the emails, then they can give you their,
That's a good point. That's a good point.
they can give you some examples.
Okay. All right, so we'll be looking for examples. We'll be looking for an answer from town council. Everybody already has letters to review. Is there anything else that we need as part of this evaluation? Okay. Any other thoughts or comments on this?
So
I'm
Carrie,
here.
I just wanted to clarify, you're going to ask residents of the community to respond, right? Because they sent letters, and they also sit on the design review. And you're also gonna say, but you can't discuss in design review? Is that what you're saying? Because that's what Amy just said. And
No,
she's
I'm not.
correct, in design review, we would then have to decide whether we go into executive session. And that would be something that maybe at our next design review committee meeting, or maybe I would ask Kathy to add that to the list. Could design review committee go into executive session if you've got the attorney just discussing this? But I'm just a little bit confused, because are you going back to them as residents, or is it design review? Or is this coming from the design review committee? And then you initially said, we have questions for the design review committee.
So my understanding is that I'm just replying to whoever sent a letter from the design review committee, and replying to say, thank you for your letter. Do you have specific examples that you could provide to help clarify your concern? And then they're welcome to submit it or not submit it, but otherwise we need to narrow down what we're looking at. So I think that's the point of that. Does that make better sense?
The design review committee is meeting this month, so Kathy, do you expect to get these questions answered not until our May 4th meeting?
Well, I will, over the next couple of days, I can talk to town council about what the process is. So maybe before you all really, exert a lot of energy here, why don't I just find out from town council what the process should be? I do know right now, obviously, all communities in Massachusetts are in the throes of town meeting, and as is our town council, and we're finishing up, reviewing the warrant based on, the zoning amendments that will be finished tonight. So I know that that's the first and foremost, topic that we're all working on. So whether I get an answer, in the next couple of days, but I'll send him the information, and certainly, request that that we get a response as soon as possible.
Great, that'd be great. And I don't, so, and then I guess we'd have to clarify, I don't know if I don't know if the design review committee would meet in executive session. I don't know, they're not in the position to, maybe, I guess, take action. So I don't know under what reason that they would be able to evaluate, if say evaluate performance is a reason, they wouldn't be in the position to evaluate performance. So I just don't know how executive session would work with a committee not charged with evaluation decisions. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree. Like, it doesn't seem like it would be something the design review committee would meet on, even because they wrote individual letters. So I would think each individual person who wrote a letter would be the person who sends in their examples.
Right.
Well, you also have emails from, that weren't letters, but you have emails from residents.
Correct.
That raised concerns too. So,
I mean, I guess everybody could submit examples if they want. That if we're saying, we want to be fair in this process. If we're saying, we don't have to just target certain people. We could just say to everybody, thank you for your email. Do you have specific examples you'd like to share? And then that way it's a little, does that make it, something we want or?
Well, again, I think my advice is before any action occurs here is that we find out from town council how this should be handled.
Okay, that's fair.
This is brand new to me, so I don't have any, example to give you.
Okay.
That would be my advice. But.
Okay, fair enough. So then it sounds like, to wrap this up, so we can get started, we have some hearings coming up. We are going to hear back from town council and then decide upon what we hear back. Do we ask for specific examples? If we fall under the certain criteria to meet an executive session, and then if we are, what are the rights of the individual, and how do we do, if that individual has counsel, how do we then represent ourselves in that meeting as well? Okay.
That's good.
Okay. Sound good? Okay, great. Moving on, we have next on the agenda, the public hearing for 399 Hudson Street special permit and site plan approval. So for that, we have, just Peter Bemis, it looks like.
I'm here.
Oh, hi, hello, welcome.
Hi, thank you. Do you want to read a notice? Do you want me to start right in? It's your call. You let me know.
Actually, do we need a notice for this one if it's just an update to a previous permit?
No, actually, this is a whole new public hearing, Carrie.
Definitely.
Oh, okay.
But other than, I don't know if I sent you the public hearing notice.
I don't think so. Do you mind reading it?
And I'd agree to waive it if you would like, if I'm allowed.
You're keeping me on my toes.
I can read it if you want.
Yes, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Yep.
So this was published in the March 16th and March 23rd editions of the Telegram and Gazette. First paragraph, I'm just going to summarize. It talks about, it gives us the section numbers. It talks about the governor and the open meeting law and, how these meetings are now virtual. So in accordance with section 7-03-050 site plans, 7-05-030 table of uses, and 7-06-030 supplemental regulations of the zoning bylaws. Planning board will hold a public hearing on April 6th at 6 p.m. to consider amending the site plan approval and special permit application of Quality Framing Contractor for a two-family dwelling unit proposed for 399 Hudson Street, map 30, parcel 81. Application and plans prepared by Engineering Design Consultants Incorporated are on file at the town clerk's office and town planner's office and may be viewed on the planning department webpage.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right, did you want to speak to your application, Peter?
Sure, I will. So you folks had reviewed this previously. The proponent at that time was Bill Poutre. Mr. Poutre sold the lot to Quality Framing Contractor. And when Quality Framing got involved, the architectural plans for this project were referenced in the decision to an RDI plan, which is what we had presented to you folks. The RDI plan had garages that were centrally located in the building envelope, and it had a fairly straight, higher roof line, if you will, across the entire front of the building. That's what that proponent had wanted to present. That's what we got approvals for. Quality Framing was looking to try to pursue those RDI plans, discussed it with that architect, and determined that he would go in a different direction and get a different architectural plan. So that is what has been submitted as a new architectural done by Shane Associates. It addresses a lot of the shortcomings that I always had believed was in the previous plan, i.e. that the roof lines are much lower. They clip at the side, so you can see the gables are coming down as they approach the ends of the building. The garages are now to the outside versus to the middle. And Kathy, the only thing with this one is it's not the one the design review approved.
This is the one.
But I can describe it if you'd like.
I think this is like my third meeting of doing this, Peter, right?
It's all right, Kat.
Not having the right one up.
Funny. So so design review looked at this, and no, that's not it. That's not it.
I know. Let me.
So is it
I'll
different
keep
than-
going.
Is it different than what's in the
It's a
mail,
much
Kathy?
better plan, trust me.
Is it the same one that came in the mail or a different plan?
Well, no, the one that came in the mail is what Kathy just presented to you. So design review had asked us to make a couple of slight embellishments. As you know, there's architects on that board, and the one architect challenged me to find a solution to one of the problems he thought existed.
Okay.
So what we did is we kept the roof line coming straight across instead of ending over the entries. And then we carried a panel across the front, so the windows look like one large window unit. And again, it looks a lot nicer. Having the garages to the left and right avoided any conflicts with traffic turning movements, which Fred and I had discussed at one point during the original discussion for this project. The driveways do not change at the street, so that's good, in that we continue with the curb cuts we already approved with you. The building is 500 square feet smaller in the footprint, so we benefit from that. And I'm trying to think, there was one other item here. The entries just being up the center give us the opportunity for a landscaping area again across the front portion of the building. Thank you, Kath. So you can see the roof line is straight coming across the entry, so that the roof for the garage with that slight extension carries forward across the entire front of the building. And then the panels that you can see in the window units would repeat at the midsection in the first floor.
Mm-hmm.
Design review also asked for the siding on the front of the building to not be vinyl. The remaining portions of the building can be. So we agreed to do hardy plank on the front. And the mullions in the windows, we did discuss that at design review. These are somewhat overly accentuated. They would be a traditional divided light that you're used to, or accustomed to. Mr. Shane, the way he draws this on his plans, it's actually Mr. Rogers at Shane Architects. The way he draws this, he accentuates it. So the architectural plan is different. You'd be referencing this one by Shane, and then our site plan was revised to reflect the garages going left and right. In the smaller coverage now, our calculations are included on the site plan. So we have support from design review. We have support from Groundwater as a committee referring the matter out. We have approval from the Zoning Board of Appeals, and now we're looking forward to your approval to get this project started. So thank you for the opportunity to present this.
Thank you. Any questions from the board on this one?
I think it looks great.
Yes. Agree. Looks great. The only thing with our review, our new approval, it would include all the conditions that Fred had from before. I think that's what we discussed at the groundwater meeting. Is that
Right.
all the conditions would be carried over from the old decision to this one, and it's just pointing to a new, different site plan?
Correct.
Okay, that's, I just want to verify that.
Yes, it sounds like all other site plan provisions remain as originally submitted, including mitigation of groundwater supply impacts, et cetera. It goes on here. And still the 6-bedroom deed restriction.
That's right. Yep, 3 per side, correct.
Great. Any other questions? I can't see everybody, so if you do have a question or any comments from staff.
Oh, I'll get rid of this, Karen.
Okay. I like that design better. I did not, wasn't as big of a fan as all the garages in the middle. I didn't think it was I thought it needed to be broken up a little bit. So I actually like what you've done here. I think it makes it, just provides better look and consistency. I think it looks nice. Any other comments or thoughts? Okay. Was that a comment or thought? Nope. Okay. So for let's see, for the update, well, for amending the original site plan, actually, for the special permit, let's see. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm thinking, was this the one that also had a groundwater special permit that goes to ZBA? And this is the one that we have the duplex special permit.
Correct. So you have the duplex special permit, the groundwater special permit. This is the one where, you know, you and the ZBA both are basically writing the same, or hopefully writing the same decision.
Okay.
And then the site plan approval.
Okay, so we're doing site plan approval as well?
As well as the ZBA, and that's what's getting fixed at town meeting.
Okay, so it sounds like in order to amend it, can we make a motion to amend our original approval, or do we need to then go and do this as a whole new approval?
No, you can, you know, I mean, to me, the easiest thing would be is you could vote to, you know, amend your original decision to now, to basically swap out the former site plan with this site plan and design.
Okay, but we don't have to go down the special permit criteria again. It's already reflected in our original decision.
As long as you're satisfied with, yeah, I mean, if you're just gonna, you know, state that you're gonna use those same conditions in your original decision, that's fine.
Okay, so then, is there a motion, any other discussion upon hearing that? Okay, then is there a motion to amend the original site plan special permit approval by swapping out the site plan with the new plan presented for 399 Hudson Street?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion? Kathy, does that motion cover what we need?
Yep, that works.
Okay, all in favor, Amy?
Aye.
Millie?
Aye.
Anthony?
Being consistent with my original vote, I'm voting no.
Michelle?
Aye.
And Carrie's an aye.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your help.
Okay, thanks so much.
Good night.
Thank you.
Night, Peter.
Good night, Kara.
Okay. Along, we have the continued public hearing for 425 Whitney Street, special permit site plan approval and special permit for groundwater protection overlay. So I think we received a request to continue. Is there anybody here from representing that, or is that just a letter we're reviewing? I don't see Stephen in the audience. Oh, I can't hear you, Kathy. Oh, I can't hear you, Kathy.
Sorry, I just realized. I haven't looked at who the participants are, so I don't know if anyone is there, but I was not anticipating that anyone would be here tonight. They had sent the email, yesterday, I think it was, but, you know, requesting that you consider continuing it to May 4th. And the reason being is that the peer reviewer, both environmental partners and CN Associates, are still going, still doing their review, and they will be completed in advance of May 4th so that, everyone will have their comments prior to your May 4th meeting.
Okay. One thing I just want to make sure is that we had some, and I don't want to deliberate this obviously too much because we are continuing the hearing, but just to be sure that the peer review is covering, we had some discussion back and forth last time over what they were doing, so I don't want them to come on the 4th with something totally different. So do you know that if they're reviewing the March 10th stuff as well?
Yes, yes, we, this was quite the discussion, but yes, and we have an amended contract. So they are, reviewing the two planning board memos, the two responses from Steris, and then the peer reviewer is reviewing the comments from Steris on the peer review comments. So
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
I said that they're also reviewing, the peer reviewers are also reviewing Steris's comments on the original peer review letters.
Okay.
So there should be no stone left unturned for this May 4th meeting.
Okay, great. So then in that case, is there a motion to continue 425 Whitney Street special permit site plan approval and special permit for groundwater protection overlay to May 4th at 5:30? Did we want to say for this one at 5:30?
Yeah, this is the, and I don't know, I know I had a flurry of emails today, so I don't know if everyone had a chance to read any or all of them, but town council is available on May 4th, has requested to set up a executive session with you to discuss the Bartlett Street litigation. And so he's only available from 5 to 6:30 on May 4th because he has to go to a town meeting that evening. So he and I had discussed that, suggesting to the board that we do the executive session at 5 to 5, approximately 5:30. He thinks it'll take about half an hour, and then start the public portion of your meeting with 425 at 5:30, if that works with people's schedules. If it doesn't, I don't know what we're going to do, but that's what the proposal is.
How does that work for board members? Or worst case, I guess, could we do 5:30 to 6 and then start?
Yeah, if people, it just cuts down the amount of time you have him for 425 Whitney Street.
Yeah. Okay. Any schedule conflicts going on, or 5 or 5:30 matter to anybody?
Doesn't matter to me.
Anthony?
All set.
I'm fine, and I like to start earlier, especially on a night like that, but I know Michelle's got limitations sometimes.
Yeah, I'm good. I can make it on the 4th at 5 p.m.
Okay. Okay, so then back to the matter at hand then. Is there a motion to continue 425 Whitney Street special permit site plan approval and special permit for groundwater protection for 5:30, for May 4th at 5:30?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor, Amy?
Aye.
Lily?
Aye.
Anthony?
Aye.
Michelle?
Aye.
Carries an aye. Okay, that hearing will be continued. Next, we have continued public hearing for 1 Lyman Street. And I think for that, yes. Okay, I think, do we have the whole team here?
Yes, we do, I believe. I don't see, oh, there's Jeff and Vito and me, yes. We do
Okay.
for tonight.
Okay, great. So, where we actually, one outstanding question from the last time is we were trying to settle on the use. I don't know if you decided, but I think Bob was still working on the final determination. Did that come back?
Yes,
Kathy, do you want to speak?
sure. I spoke to Bob, a couple different times about this. And I don't have anything in writing from Bob. Well, I have an email that he sent me, but, the conclusion is Bob, agrees that this is not to be considered light manufacturing, that this is to be considered warehousing. And I believe on the original interpretation, it said warehousing and light manufacturing. And it doesn't fit the definition of light manufacturing, regarding the amount or the lack of amount of packaging. So, warehousing is the, determination, that Bob, agreed with.
Excuse me, Carrie, can you ask them to bring in Dave Veron, who's, looks like he's an attendee and you guys didn't bring him in? He's part of the committee.
Yep, there he is. Are you missing anybody else?
Jeff, is your architect? No, we're not dealing with the building appearance tonight, so our architect is not going to be here.
Actually, he might join. Let me pin him. But yeah, we can continue, please.
Okay.
And,
What is
through the
date
chair,
for-
the reason we did not believe he's going to have a role is just so that everyone in the planning board will understand, we have been at least 2 times, it might even be 3 at this point, before design review, but we have a follow-up meeting with them at the end of April. So we assumed that you would not want to, you might have some comment, but you don't want to make a final decision with respect to the building appearance or landscaping appearance until design review has completed its discussion and given an advisory opinion on this.
Okay. And when is that meeting?
April 28th, I believe it is.
Yes. Yeah, that's the next design review committee meeting, which is, actually, I think the only applicant is 1 Lyman Street that morning.
Okay. And do you have other outstanding boards or anything else? Oh, what about, you have a demolition permit?
An application has been made by the present owner for that. That has to go to a hearing, so there's no answer on that just yet.
Okay. And then anything conservation?
Not yet. We haven't filed there. We previously filed with them just to determine the line, the delineation limits, and that was confirmed maybe 2 years ago or so. But we haven't filed the current plan with them.
Okay. And the demo permit, is that tomorrow night?
Honestly, Kerry, I don't know. I know a request was made, but that's been between the present owner, Ian Gow, trustee of the trust, and with the committee.
That's okay. I just wasn't sure if you knew. Okay. And then any other outstanding committees?
Yes, there are going to be others. Vito, do you want to address the other boards that we're going to?
Sure. We'd have to get the earthwork permit also.
Okay, great. Let's see. And then in terms of, Michelle, this is a question for you. So we received a lengthy letter that was submitted by an abutter to have some questions pertaining to design review. Is that something that the design review committee is going through and looking at, or is that something,
So there were many questions. We sent this on to the applicant to address.
Okay.
And some of the questions are also related to the planning board, and some of the questions are also related to town staff. So it's not all for design review. But we started to send it on to the applicant so that the applicant can address it through design review. And yes, we received it, and it's in the process of being, the applicant has it, so maybe we can ask him tonight.
Okay. Okay, great. All right. With that, if you wanted to give an overview of where everything stands right now.
Okay, first, again, just to introduce the parties who are here, I'm Marshall Gould, the attorney for the applicant. We have Vito Colonna, who is the engineer. We have Dave Varon, who is the landscape architect for the project. We obviously have Jeff Jang, who is the owner, CEO, and president of Cable Matters, Inc. When we were before the board at the last hearing, we had put some supplemental information in, and it was decided that we weren't going to have a full hearing on the issues, and I think everybody was comfortable with that. What I wanted you to know now is that tonight, I think we'd like to discuss the engineering and the traffic, and then we'll discuss the building and landscaping after we finish with design review, if that's okay with the chairperson.
That sounds great, thank you.
Okay, so Vito, why don't you start with the engineering on the site, please?
Okay, I'm just going to share my screen. Okay, okay, so here we go. This is just to orient everyone. I believe everyone knows exactly where this is, but just a refresher. We're on the corner here. There's Lyman and Bartlett. We're right on the corner right here. You know, we've got the surrounding, I know you know these areas. There's the Donegan building, you know, the Dewey Pile building, FedEx and the Amazon site. This complex down here that has the sign company and the Crandall Hicks building. And then to this side of Lyman is the residential district. There's some residential uses over in this direction and also up in here. It's kind of the dividing line. We're on the edge of the industrial and residential zoning districts. Let's see if I can, so this is kind of from the GIS system. Here's that parcel right there what we're talking about. So under the existing conditions right now, this plan is oriented with north to the right-hand side of the page with Lyman on the top. So right now there's an existing single-family house on there with a few outbuildings positioned up near the corner with that intersection. Out to the rear portion of the site, there's wetland resources. There's bordering vegetated wetlands with an intermittent stream, and then also some floodplain. It's all been delineated and confirmed through conservation. This dark dash line right there, that represents the 100-year floodplain. So it's all contained within the wetlands itself. So nothing that would impact the project is related to floodplain issues. I can get down to the next screen. Here we go. Is for a new warehouse building for Cable Matters. And the building itself has a footprint of about 20,000 square feet. And it would contain a mix of 6,000 square feet of office and 17,000 square feet of warehouse space. And as you can see, I'll zoom in just a little bit here. We've oriented the building kind of right on the corner, which has allowed us to have this circular driveway that kind of comes through. This would be the main entrance off Bartlett Street, and this would be a two-way in and out driveway entrance. This entrance over here would just be an exit only, trying to limit some of the traffic on that side, and this would be the main entrance to the building. And the advantage of having this kind of loop through is it provides good circulation, not only for the use itself, for the employees, but also for emergency vehicles. The largest fire truck in town can fit right through the site, provide access to all four sides of the building. So it provides good for safety systems and also for the use itself. Both of the driveways have adequate sight distances in both directions. We have good view lines all the way down Bartlett and then also on Lyman. There's a little bit, yep, you have good sight distance to the left and to the right. You can see all the way up to the intersection. As far as parking on site itself goes, zoning requires us to have a minimum of 32 spaces and a maximum of 47. So we've kind of landed right in the middle of that with 43 spaces. It just lays out pretty nicely right along this outside edge. And then we also have our handicap access right up in front of the building, right in there with our accessible ramps leading right up to the front door. And also in the back of the building, we also have provisions for the occasional use of a loading dock. That's right on the rear of the building right here. That provides easy circulation in and out for that dock. As far as utilities go, we have a new water service coming in off of Bartlett Street, and that would be an 8-inch service to a new hydrant right in this location for fire protection. And then we've also have a domestic and fire protection service leading to the building. So the building would be sprinklered and would have a new hydrant right up in front of the building there. For sewage disposal, there is no municipal sewer in the location, so we would have an on-site septic system. We've had soil testing witnessed by the Board of Health a few years back, and it showed all good, sand and gravel, which is expected in this area. High perk rates. So siting a septic system up in this area, there were no issues or restrictions from an engineering end. You're expecting about 800 gallons a day, which can easily be accommodated in this location. So we have our primary area up front and then the reserve area off to the side. And this septic system's been coordinated with all the landscaping that's been proposed on site. So we've kind of reserved this area right out in front. And I guess the last item for utilities would be related to drainage. As I said, the soils out on site are very highly permeable, mostly just coarse sand and gravel. So we proposed a lot of infiltration. We have one system down here and one system up in here, and that is going to infiltrate the entire roof runoff through the 100-year storm event. So there'd be no runoff generated by this new proposed building. The parking areas would be collected through typical deep sump catch basins, which remove your coarser particles, your coarser sands, your typical parking lot from sanding operations. And then we also have a treatment structure down the bottom, and that would remove more of your greases, oils, any type of stuff like that, and then also remove a lot of the finer particles that can get through a typical catch basin. And then we discharge to a large infiltration basin in here that also has a sediment forebay on it for even more pretreatment. So by the time it gets to this infiltration basin, it's been pretty well treated, much higher than is typically required for an infiltration basin. And then this basin's been sized also to mitigate all our storms up through the 100-year storm event. So there should be very little runoff generated from this site once completed. There'd be no increased flow off site or a decrease in the amount of quality or quantity of the flow to the groundwater source either. Let's see. Just trying to zoom out. Okay. I think that sums up the engineering end of it. I don't know if Marshall wants to kind of take over for some of the traffic operations of the site.
Just had to unmute myself. Okay. So I think what might be helpful, I know that we showed at a prior planning board meeting the products that Cable Matters actually sells. I'll address this to the chair. Would you like us to show you again, because I think it's relative to the products, the packaging, the warehouse, so that we can show you what we're dealing with, that it's not your typical warehouse.
I think we saw that presentation already. I don't know if
You're
anyone...
comfortable? Okay.
Yeah,
I
does
just didn't
anyone
know
else
if
want to
any,
speak? I'll ask the board. That's just me. Does anybody want to see that again? Or...
I'm fine.
Yeah, I'm all set.
Okay. Thank you for offering, but I
so as you remember then, everything comes either in, I don't know what the official polymer name is, but thick vinyl plastic, or things like surge protectors might come in a box with a cellophane front. And then there are other products, if they are delivered to Cable Matters in bulk, then they are placed inside a box and delivered. The way this warehouse works is, actually, let me first explain. I'd like to just review what the traffic currently is, because I know everybody's very upset about the traffic on Lyman and on Bartlett. So just as a quick review, we did have a traffic consultant look at this, Scott Thornton from Vanass and Associates. He had another hearing tonight. He was not able to appear, but he gave me the information, and he said He has worked in the town of Northborough before. He knows Kathy, he knows Fred, he knows me. And so in going over with the town records and talking to the building inspector and the planner, on Bartlett Street, we have Amazon with 660,000 square feet of warehouse, many big tractor trailers, many loading docks. A. Dewey Pyle at 210 Bartlett, and by the way, Amazon, that's 2 locations on Bartlett, or 2 buildings. A. Dewey Pyle at 210 Bartlett is over 100,000 square feet, again, with lots of trucks and lots of loading bays. FedEx has a facility where the building is not that big, surprisingly, 43,000, but they have 46 loading docks. So they are a very high volume turnover operation, and with 46 loading docks, as soon as something is loaded, it's out on the road. So that's actually got as many loading docks as some of the much bigger buildings. There are 3 tenants at 301 Bartlett Street, industrial use with trucks going in and out that are 220,000 square feet. There is a furniture manufacturer at 200 Bartlett. I could not find the size of that operation, but it is far, far bigger than what we are talking about here. On Lyman Street, we have Crandall Hicks that is now up to 84,000 square feet, and they have 24 loading docks. There is a small Federal Express on Beeman Road. There is a moving company that is on Lyman. On Hayes Memorial Drive, there's a tire warehouse with 168,000 square feet, lots of loading bays. And I don't know the address, but there's another building up there called Nucor, and they just put a 70,000 addition onto their building. When you add all of this up, that is over 1.3 million. It comes out to about 1,340,000 square feet. What we are providing is 17,000 square feet. That is absolutely a warehouse, but it is the most limited use warehouse that will be in Northborough, and I will explain why. The building that they are currently using in Southborough has 8,000 square feet, and I somewhat explained that to you last time. They are hopeful that their business will grow, but in the last 5 years, they have added no new employees. They have had 8 employees plus the owner. Due to the efficiencies of computers and online, they're actually down to 8 employees now. So although we have said, and we continue to say, that there is a possibility that we may increase by 1 employee per year, the history shows that they're actually at fewer employees now by 1 than they have been in the last several years. What I'd like to do is show you a PowerPoint about the warehouse and the traffic associated with both the office and the warehouse. I don't know whether Kathy has it on her screen or whether you would like Jeff Jang to share his screen. Does it matter to anybody?
Doesn't matter to me.
Jeff, can you share your screen then? Because I know you have it. Okay, so this is the traffic report, Jeff. I'll speak about it and go through it fairly quickly. They're an e-commerce business, and 97% of their business goes through Amazon. It is shipped directly from China or Thailand, where their manufacturing companies are, and it's shipped directly to the business, the consumer, the hospital, the university, any place that is their customer. These products never go through the local warehouse. They don't go through Southborough. They won't go through, for this 97%, they won't go through Northborough. Also, the business now and the business in the future does not provide for on-site pickup service by any customers. So there will be, other than the employees or delivery, which I will tell you about in a minute, they have no additional traffic coming in. They not only do not have on-site pickup, but they own no trucks or vans, and they do not deliver any of their own products to customers. Everything that they sell out of Northborough is picked up by UPS and delivered. And that is 3% of their total sales. Everything else is through the post office or USPS. Right now, as I've indicated, they have 8 employees. They hoped for growth, which has been hoped for the last couple of years, is to add 1 employee each year. This building can capably hold 20 employees. They do need conference rooms where they work together. They have research rooms where, they talk about how to connect the various connectivity products that they use. And there, again, I've stated no change in employees. Jeff, can you go to the next slide, please? Jeff, I don't know if you hear me. Thank you. This is the postal truck that comes once each day, typically around 11 to 1. They come in once a day. They both deliver some, obviously, small packages and pick up small packages from Cable Matters. Jeff, can we go to the next one? Thank you. A UPS van, the same as would go to your house, delivers packages to Cable Matters in the morning. The company opens at 9, so they don't come before 9. So between 9 and 11, typically they get a delivery, and things that are come in are then put inside, and they're put inside the loading dock in the building. This is a picture taken directly from Southborough. Jeff, next picture, please. UPS van then comes back between 5 and 6 o'clock, Monday through Friday only. The business is open only Monday through Friday, and they pick up packages that are being shipped out to customers. Jeff, next. Their trailer deliveries in Southborough now, they get 1 every 3 months. They are hopeful that they will be able to do more business here, and if so, they expect 1 tractor trailer delivery every 2 months. By year 10, it is their hope that they will be able to get 1 trailer delivery each month. But we are not talking about weekly by any means. In the year 2021, I just want to go over what their traffic is like. They have 8 employees, and by the way, if you read the application, you'll see these are not blue-collar workers. They have, and I think we stated the type of employees that we have, but they include the owner, product manager, a marketing manager, 2 inventory specialists. By the way, the product manager has an MBA and he has a computer science advanced degree. The marketing manager has a master's in finance. The inventory specialists, one has a master's in logistics management, the other is an engineering grad of WPI. Then they have an inside sales person who's on the phone, and they have a technical writer, and they have a customer support individual. That customer support individual works to unload deliveries that come in, and then at the end of the day, he packs up. When I say end of the day, sometime around 3 to 5 o'clock, he packs up things in a box like you just saw, and he puts them together at the loading dock. So when UPS comes for a later delivery between 5 and 6, that van will then take those either bags or boxes that are there. And when I say bags, you know, the type of UPS bags that are waterproof, something like that. If you take the 8 employees, all, by the way, have passenger cars. Nobody has trucks. The company doesn't own trucks. They do not own vans. According to ITE, 8 passenger cars will actually provide 26 trips a day. Jeff James says that based on what he knows about the company, because where he is right now, he can see out onto the parking lot, And very few of his employees even go out for lunch. They have a lunchroom, they have a refrigerator. Most of them either bring their lunch or one person might go out for lunch and bring some things back. So if we take those 26 traffic trips and the one postal service van or small truck and the two vans or small trucks from UPS, and by the way, to make it clear, when we talk traffic trips, somebody driving in is one trip, somebody leaving the parking lot is another trip. So when we talk 26 trips of employees, that's potentially 13 in, 13 out. And that includes employees if they go out for lunch or anything else. And that, Jeff said it's actually less than that, but we're using ITE numbers, Institute of Traffic Engineers. Currently, when you add all this up, that is 32 traffic trips every day. And there will be one trailer, as of right now, 3 months, every 3 months. He hopes that by the end of the year or within a year, it will be up to one every 2 months, but there is no guarantee of that. We don't know that for certain, but it definitely will not be more than that based on their product sales, because although they're increasing the size of the warehouse, their sales force is still pretty much what it is now. And their customer support person, who works inside the business from 9 to 6, takes about 2 to 3 hours, about an hour to unload between what the Postal Service brings and what UPS brings, and then another hour to 2 to pack up, to put things into a box, to put it on the UPS truck at the end of the day. Jeff, is that the last slide? Jeff, is there anything else? I think that's it.
Okay. Yeah, this is the summary. Summary is the last.
Okay, so let's go to this. Here's the summary here. So as pointed out, there's one Postal Service van or small truck. You saw a picture of what that is. I don't know if you'd call that a van or a small truck. There are two UPS vans or small trucks. They are the same vans or small trucks that deliver to homes. They do not deliver to the big loading docks. And this one would probably not even go to the loading dock. It would probably sometimes go to the loading dock. If it's small deliveries, they might just bring it to the front door. There is one trailer. As of now, 3 months, we're saying 2 to 3 months. And then there are the 8 employees passenger cars. Again, they own no vans or trucks. No customers come to the facility. And I want to stress, they do not use Amazon for any shipments of product. They only use either the post office, the Postal Service, or they use UPS, so that everybody knows what we're dealing with. And this isn't a case that as Amazon grows, that we're going to get much bigger or more active. Jeff, I think that's the last one other than saying thanks. Okay. So let me go on and tell you that in talking with the traffic engineer at the Nass and Associates, he said we're talking with basically 26 employee trips, that's 13 in and 13 out, and we are talking 6 either US Post Office or UPS per day. So that's 32 trips a day. And that's approximate from 9 to 6, that is less than one every 15 minutes. That means less than one coming in and less than one going out. The delivery trucks do not run their trucks while they're loading because, as you saw, the loads that they're delivering are small. I completely understand the concerns of the neighbors about traffic, and I would also be concerned if I lived in the area, but this is far more like an office building with a small number of employees. And in an office building, you're going to get deliveries, whether it's from Amazon or UPS, or ship out whatever they do in the office. I mean, in a law office, I know we get deliveries every day from both Amazon and UPS and Staples. And then when we ship products out, whether it's closing packages, whether it is mortgage packages. Again, we do Federal Express or UPS, and they come and they deliver. So the number of deliveries is really no more than you might expect from an office building. Now, they do have a warehouse, and that 17,000 warehouse, I bet there's no warehouse in the town of Northborough that does not have what they call a motorized pallet truck. This company does not even have a motorized pallet truck. It's a power lift. They manually push it up or down the aisle, and then they have ladders, and the product that they sell is all light. Even when it comes in a box with a lot of products in the box, it's not heavy. So they can either lift it with the power lifter, they call it, or they can climb up the ladder and put it on a shelf or take it off the shelf. And because of the fact that it's such a low traffic warehouse and such a low maintenance warehouse, there's not going to be any noise coming. Vans and cars that park in the parking lot are on the other side of the building from the residential area. I will acknowledge that right now, every 3 months, by the time they build a building, by the time they get all the permits and the building is built, we're looking at least a year away. And even if they were to go to one every 2 months, that certainly is not going to be a problem. We've spoken to the police about it. They don't view it as a problem. We've spoken to the fire department. The drive-in from Bartlett and the exit out onto Lyman is one that has been approved by the fire department for their large pieces of equipment. They are no bigger than the typical tractor trailer. So that basically is what I want you to realize. Now, we're not talking about the appearance of the building today. We're not asking you to decide about that or the landscaping. But when we do come back, I want you to know that we're happy to meet with the neighbor across the street. I saw one of the comments. There was a comment made at Design Review where Dave had done what I thought was a beautiful landscape plan with a lot of trees between the building and Lyman Street that would have largely blocked the view from the residential abutter across the street. And there's really only that one residential abutter who is going to see this building, and the front of their home looks out towards Bartlett, and they would have to look to the side to see this building. The way Dave designed it, and Dave went through quite a bit of time, used a lot of energy, and got my client to agree to buy and plant very big and tall evergreens that are not the type that most businesses or industries pay to put into their property. They wait the 5 or 10 years for them to grow to what will be a bigger size. This building at its maximum height is 34 feet. What's allowed in that zone is 60 feet. The trees are going to block the building if we go with the original plan that Dave came up with for between the building and Lyman. And I want you to know that no disrespect to Design Review or Michelle or any of the people there, but we're happy to meet with that abutter. And if they want more trees there, we'll say, and we'd ask Dave to come to the meeting, we'll say we'll put them there so that they will not be seeing the building. The loading dock is in the rear. It comes in, backs up at an angle to the loading dock, and then it drives out Lyman Street. Very infrequently, as I've already pointed out, if there are going to be plenty of trees that will not be visible from the house across the street, across Lyman, if Dave and Jeff and I have our way with an increased number of evergreens. If Design Review comes back and say, no, they like the appearance of the building, they would like to see some of the building and not look like we're hiding it, we're willing to work with whatever decision you come up with when it comes to shielding any lights or buildings or anything. Now, concerning lights, there's a lighting plan, and we're going to meet the town standards. There will be no off-spill of lights. There is no round-the-clock operation here. So by 6 o'clock, their business is done. And they don't start until 9 o'clock in the morning, although employees start showing up before 9. It might be 8:30. Some that might come very early might be at 8:15, but most of them come between 8:30 and 9 o'clock. So I hope you can understand that as I'm describing this warehouse, and as I have compared what is on Lyman and Bartlett and Hayes Memorial and those areas, I understand the fear of warehouses. I don't think you could ask for a better transition from a residential zone to an industrial zone. There will be a new building, there will be a newly landscaped building, and I know that you're talking in your decisions about saying they will be permanently maintained. So if anything dies, it's got to be replaced. We're fine with all of that. The buildings on the other side are nowhere near as good looking as this building and do not have the landscaping. I don't know if you have any questions, but that's the presentation concerning the traffic. And we'll talk more about landscaping and building after design review goes through it. But if you have thoughts and if the neighbor has thoughts, we would welcome them sending emails to the design review so that hopefully we can come up together. And that's the end of what I have to say. Jeff doesn't have to show you the product. If you have any questions of any of it, and Dave is here, by the way, so if you do want to talk about any of the landscaping, so your thoughts can go back to design review, we're fine with that.
Okay, great. Thank you for that presentation.
And thank you for your time. I forgot to say that.
Any questions from board members?
I guess I'll ask a question. Oh, Anthony, do you want to go first?
No, go ahead.
I was just going to ask Marshall, you said it's 9 to 6. So the applicant would be okay with the condition of Monday through Friday, like 9 to 6?
I have Jeff on the phone. We can ask Jeff, but that's his business hours. It has been for the last 10 years, and his is not a round-the-clock operation. Now, if the UPS truck is late coming, that's supposed to come between 5 and 6, if the van is late, we can't leave if the van is coming. But that would be one employee, and he would just be there to open the door so that they could take the packages and then leave. Jeff, I don't actually...
I'm happy to address this question. So in general, as we know that some people commute from far away to get to office, and also they have family, they needed to consider that picking up the kids. So in general, Marshall was right. All the employees come between 8:15 and 9 o'clock, and they leave between 5 and 6:30. But as you know, that people can stay till 7 very occasionally. Is that the absolute? Well, it's hard to say. But in general, it has been true for the last 12 years since we have been in business. And we are very local, and we clearly follow that the Monday to Friday work style. We don't have employee come on site during the weekends or holidays.
Okay, thanks. One more to go along with that, and I'm not saying this is a condition, it would be up to the board, but I know in different areas of town there was one where the building had like lights out at 10 p.m. Since you do have residential abutters, like, is that an issue or?
So not the issue. We can turn off the nights, before 7.
Yeah, they can be turned off earlier, Amy, and there is, as I said, no light spillover, so we have no problem. We don't care if you make it 8 o'clock. You don't even have to go till 10.
Okay, those are just my two questions.
But I do want you to know, obviously, if there's a snow plow at night,
Yep.
we're going to have that. If there's an emergency, there might be activity, whether it's power outages, whether it's a fire or anything. But if you're talking about business operations, Jeff's a family man. He wants all of his people to be home with their family in the evening. He does not want this to be a 24/7 operation.
That's great. Thank you very much.
Okay, other questions? Anthony, did you have questions?
So just to kind of add on to what Amy said, and to either to Mr. Gould or Mr. Jang, if there were a condition to have operations from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., would that work with you guys?
Jeff, I'll let you answer.
Sure. Yes, we can agree with that, the operation hours, and I think 8 to 8 is far more forgiving, and yes, there's no problem to accept that condition.
Okay, and I'm just throwing that out there as just an understanding of where you guys are at, but thank you.
And like I say, the only reason, if there's a snowstorm and the UPS guy is late coming in, that's going to be an extreme rarity, not the normal. So if you want to say 8 to 8, we're okay with that.
Millie or
And
Michelle?
if you want to say lights out at 8, we're okay with that too.
Millie, questions from you?
Yeah, I did. Would you mind showing me how the loading dock would work with a tractor trailer coming in? Is that something you can sort of go through on the diagram?
Sure, I can bring that plan up. Okay.
Is Alok on the call, or is this Vito speaking?
No,
This is me. This is Vito.
Okay.
You want
So
to
essentially, they would come in on the Bartlett side,
Mm-hmm.
come in, and kind of pull up right here, and then just back right up.
So they'd have to do a turnaround though somehow, right?
No, you just pull straight up, and you'd be right here, and then you just back straight in. So there's no 3-point turn, and then when you leave, you just go straight right out.
So
Millie, they would come in from Bartlett Street. Yep. All traffic on site is one way.
So if you can follow the cursor, they just come in.
Okay, that's
go
what
around,
I'm missing. Okay.
and then back up. Yep.
And then they would go up towards the driveway, back up, and once they unload, they go. And
Okay.
that's whether it's a trailer, that's whether it's a van, or anything. They go in Bartlett, out Lyman.
Okay, so both of those curbs can accommodate a tractor trailer without going into the other lane. Is that?
Yeah, out in the main streets, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep. Yeah, in the driveway itself, they'd probably, they'd cross over, but that's internally.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. That makes a lot more sense than what I was thinking. Now, obviously, there have been a lot of issues with the tractor trailers and on Bartlett Street, and I think that area is very sensitive to tractor trailers, and this is only one. But is there a way of maybe asking, or would it be unreasonable to ask the drivers to come in and go out, take a right onto Bartlett when they go out that way, rather than going through town like we've been trying to have the other tractor trailers do?
I would think they would go that way anyway. That's the normal route, I would think. Most of the other warehouses down further on Bartlett, they all go that way, I think.
It's a lot closer to get to 495, and the tractor trailers, the only tractor trailer that's going to come, like I say right now, is every 3 months, the other every 2. We can certainly make that request.
Yep.
Jeff, what company delivers with a tractor trailer? Is that UPS?
No, it's I think it's a trucking company in Stoughton, and I even don't know the business name. It's all scheduled by our partner logistic company. And yes, I mean, I think we will advise that company to only turn to Bartlett instead of go through the Lyman Street. So it's I will write down, and we can adhere to that requirement.
Yeah, because the normal route would be, to take a right, go down Bartlett, and head down toward 495.
That's right. Yeah,
Right.
but we will take that as a notice, and yeah. So far, it has been the only company delivering to our warehouse. So yeah, we have a good business relationship, and I think we will be able to relay that message to the trucking company.
And that's a good point, because with so few deliveries, they only deal with one company that delivers by tractor trailer. So they can tell that company, and if that company can't do 495 on one day, if they feel like they have to go to another part of Northborough or Berlin or anything, then they'll make it on a day that they can go back to 495.
That would be great. Thank you.
Sure.
That's it for me.
Michelle, any questions from you?
No, I like the idea of 8 to 8 p.m. I just think that if for some reason one of his employees or Jeff needs to go to his office on the weekend, I think he should be allowed to go there, but I'm sure that's not what you're talking about. I think you're probably talking about being up and full and running. So 8 to 8 seems to work. And then as far as the lighting goes, I mean, I would just take into consideration if you have any security lighting on your doorways or anything like that, that you need to keep on, you know.
Okay, but anything else, Michelle, or is that it?
I'm done, that's it.
Okay.
And that's a good point. I would ask if you put on conditions that modest security lighting be available. It's going to be an expensive building, and we don't want to have a problem. Oh, speaking of traffic, there's one other thing. The traffic person went to look at the site because questions have been raised. Are the trees along Lyman going to block sight distances coming up to Bartlett? And the traffic engineer says no. In fact, he says right now there are trees up near that corner that are going to block more of Bartlett Street than what will be according to David's plan.
Okay. If you could just pull I actually have some questions, unless there are other questions right now. If you could just pull the site plan back up. Okay, great. So just a couple questions. Could you just show me any of the setbacks and buffers for this plan, just so I understand, can kind of orient where it is?
Sure. So because it's a residential zone abutting, there's a 100-foot setback to that zoning district. The zone line runs down this side of Lyman Street, and under the bylaws that you can use or you're supposed to use the width of the roadway as part of that setback. So it would in effect be 600 feet from this side of Lyman. So that would be right to here. Then there's also a 50-foot buffer setback from the right-of-way because for the industrial district, and that's right here. We call it a 50-foot landscape buffer, and that's running right through there. And then on the front yard, we just have our typical front yard setback, which is right in there. So the building itself is 50.9 from Lyman at its closest point and 61.2 from Bartlett at the closest point.
Okay, great, thanks. And then in terms of, if you just zoom out a little bit. Okay, so the flood zone area looks like it is...
Yep, it's down in this left-hand corner right here.
You can see the dotted line.
Yep.
Okay, and so this area, I guess that's a question for conservation, but just in terms of like flooding, do we have any idea of, you know, this area in general, what happens over there? Does it flood easily? Does it?
Well, yeah, that's the maximum extent would be in here. I know the area does pond up, especially in the springtime. Probably see it probably right now if you went by. But it's generally limited to that wetland area. There's a little bit, it is flat down in here, but there is a grade change in here of a few feet. And then when we have this development, there's going to be 2, 4, 6, 8 feet or 6 feet right in here. So there's really no impact of that floodplain either on our building or us on the floodplain itself.
Okay, great. And then that exit onto Lyman, when trucks exit out of there, where do the lights shine from trucks or whatever? Does that go into the abutters, into their homes, or where would the lights go?
Well, it'd be, if you're facing straight out this way, they're this way, and you're probably going to take a right-hand turn. So the light spray would be kind of, as you're making that turn.
So if you're straight waiting there, there are cars going by and it's nighttime, do lights go into the houses across the street, or?
But
I don't know where,
one
I
thing
think
I'd
the
like
house
to
is a
point
little
out,
further up.
For the house is closer to Bartlett Street.
Yeah.
However,
I'm trying to orient myself.
even in the winter time, here's.
So you can see the house is up front, up in here.
Move your
that
cursor
entrance
around
is
so
down
everybody can see, Vito.
Yeah, let me just
Yeah,
get
there it is.
orientated. So Just that's the existing house on site right now, is right here. When we go to this map, that's the existing house. So the proposed driveway is down in here. And that existing house is up, right up tight to Bartlett, up in here. So we'll be exiting down here and making the turn up there. So it isn't, you know, you're not facing right in here straight at that house.
And with the primary hours of the business being 9 to 6, there are not
Right.
going to be many headlights except in the wintertime, sometime after 4:30.
Right.
Okay, and then if you go back to the plan, and so how many bays are there on the loading dock?
I think we're just going with one now.
Originally, there were 2. We have
Right.
said we don't need it there, so we're down to 1.
Yep.
Okay, and so Millie had asked a question about the trucks coming through there, and maybe I misheard you, but it sounds like they have to reverse into the dock.
Yeah, any dock you'd have to back up to.
All right,
You
I'm just thinking
pull
like
in.
beeping and stuff like that, noise-wise. So there's just
Yeah,
a-
so once every, 2 months, yeah, they'll have the big tractor trailers. They do beep when they back up. So
yeah. And then the reason for the two, the two entrances. I mean, obviously you have to reverse anyway. So what was I'm trying to understand the rationale behind the two entrances there.
typically the it just provides better circulation through the site. If you were docked up here and you had to make a 3-point turn with a tractor trailer, it'd be swinging way out. You'd be swinging way out in here.
Yeah, well, I'm just wondering, I mean, that's a bad corner and the traffic does back up there. So suddenly you're a cut through for people. And now we have people trying to turn, take that left and cut through. And I'm just curious. I'm actually not a fan of that exit out in the Lyman Street like that, just with the homes there. And I think people are going to use it as a cut through.
You think general population's going to use it as a cut through?
I don't know. Other corners I've seen people use when there's a double entrance like that. It's a
Well, that's why usually if you're coming down Bartlett from this direction, you can freely turn into Lyman. But there'd be a no entrance on this side. So if you were coming up Lyman and you're backed up here, you wouldn't be allowed to entrance. There'd be do not enter sign
Okay,
right here.
Okay,
that helps.
that does help. Okay, and then I had a question about, let's see, the trucks and vans. So you mentioned you don't use Amazon, but I couldn't help but to notice a lot of Amazon logos on all those piles of boxes. So I'm confused as to, it seems
Well,
like,
Amazon products get delivered by UPS or anybody. They're saying they don't have Amazon deliver. It's all by U.S. Post Office or UPS.
I want to repeat what I said early in the process. 97% of their sales from the manufacturers in China and Thailand are brought to the States by Amazon. So once they come here, the product that's going to be delivered to this warehouse will typically have Amazon boxes.
okay,
But it's not Amazon who delivers them.
okay. And then is either entrance there, where are the telephone poles located?
The existing right now, I could zoom in if you want to see. There's one straight across the street. There's one right there. There's one right over here. Another one right there.
Okay.
So the existing gravel drive is, let's see, the existing curb cut to that house is over here.
Yep.
Right there.
And why don't you show them the existing curb cut on this plan for the house that's on this site?
All right, there's that walk that comes down.
Right.
I'm trying to zoom in where it shows. There's the gravel. It's tough to see. It's this very light dotted line because it's gravel, but that's the existing gravel drive right there that comes in off Lyman. So we're a little bit further down Lyman than that gravel drive.
And I drove by that house and barns, and I noticed there were 2 trucks, 1 small trailer, and there were, when I drove by on Saturday around midday, there were 7 cars to the right of that house, between either in front of the right of the house, beside the right of the house, or in the back of the house. So I don't know how many of those are used for traffic in and out each day, but I'm just pointing out what I saw on Saturday.
Okay. And then are your only snow storage locations on either side of the entrance and exits? Is that the only spot?
Yeah, and then you just have your typical windrow down the sides. You know,
Okay.
a little bit
So no
here, then
problems
down
with
the
people,
side.
big trucks or people, whether it's employees or people, you mentioned they only have, they're smaller
Yeah,
cars.
so we'd probably end up using parking spaces for snow storage, which is kind of nice.
Okay, so there's no concerns with obstructing views with the snow piles at the entrances and exits?
No, in up at these very entrances, like right up in here and here, and right near this entrance and this one, there'd be landscape, so we wouldn't want to really pile anything there anyway. You know, ruin the landscape. But with, you know, we would be able to use some of these spaces for some snow storage, which is kind of a benefit.
Okay, and then let's see. Currently you have your variance is in appeal right now.
Yep, that's right.
So is this a lease situation or someone's buying the property or leasing the property?
I thought it's a purchase.
Okay. And another question, maybe this is for staff. So the variance was granted to allow for a warehouse on groundwater, and I'm trying to figure out how does that negate the need for the special permit, for a groundwater special permit? I know staff can speak to that.
I can, okay, I'll let Kathy speak.
I
Is
can't hear.
Kathy still there, or is she muted?
No, I just unmuted, but Fred, we had discussed that, obviously in-house, so I think Fred can speak to that, but basically the variance has already been granted, and the conditions were placed, you know, on the property through the variance. So you then don't need a special permit on top of that.
Okay. That confuses me a little bit, so I guess I'll have to, maybe I look that up again, because I feel like the variance allows you to get to the table, but then you still, wouldn't you still need a special permit like anybody else sitting at the table? You know what I mean? Like
I
it just
think
levels.
it just makes it an allowed use. That's all.
Right.
The variance makes it an allowed use.
But any
Just
allowed,
like there are any other allowed uses in the area one, then it falls under that section.
but all allowed uses over there, whether you get it by variance or by right, requires a special permit. So that's what I'm just trying to sort.
There are uses in that one by right.
Yeah,
That don't
not
require a
all
special
allowed
permit.
uses need a special permit, Carrie.
Right.
So again, it's kind of like the variance trumps the special permit in this particular case, because they needed the use is not allowed. So period, it's not allowed in that zoning district. So they had to apply for a variance, and the reason why the use isn't allowed is because of the groundwater district. So that's where they apply for the variance from, and then the variance in this case was granted. So you then don't need a special permit on top of that. The variance is already granted the use in area one.
Okay.
Fred, I don't know if you have anything in addition or.
No, that's pretty much it. The variance, the application came with appropriate information for the groundwater committee to recommend approval of the variance with conditions that allowed them to, it was basically the same process as a special permit, but because they're not allowed by special permit, they applied for the variance, they met all the same criteria. The ZBA approved the variance after it was recommended by the groundwater committee.
Okay, so let me ask you then, were you able to give all the same conditions that you would have for a special permit under the variance, so it was pretty much an even?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, they met the drainage computations, they met the impervious cover, they had limits on toxic or hazardous material within the building. They didn't propose any, so the condition of approval was that they couldn't have any now or in the future without amending the variance.
Okay. All right. Any other staff comments, or is there a letter from the fire department at this point? I'm sorry, I may have asked that in the beginning.
I don't remember.
I have
I
not
need to
seen
check the
one.
file. I don't, this has been
There
going on.
was one previously. I don't know if they updated one. They originally had one that recommended a different hydrant location. So that was the only comment that they had at the time. They wanted the hydrant to be within 100 feet of the fire department connection in the sprinkler room. So we updated that on the plans to meet that. I don't think we've seen anything updated since then, though.
Okay, and anything from the police chief on this one?
No, we don't normally receive any comments from the police department.
Okay.
I mean, they receive the application, but typically it's just the fire department that responds, in addition to, DPW and the engineering department.
Okay. All right, so nothing else from staff?
Correct.
Okay, great. I'm gonna open up to public comments. This is a public hearing. I see a hand raised. I'm gonna call in Ann Beckstrom. Hi, Ann, if you could just state your full name and address.
Hey, Carrie, this is Ann Beckstrom, 152 Bartlett Street in Northborough. I assume you can hear me okay.
Yes, we can.
All right. I just wanted to say, I appreciate the spirit of cooperation from the applicant. I just want to, you've answered a lot of the questions already that I had, but every time I think of warehouse, to me, I've worked in the computer industry for many years, and when I hear warehouse, that implies to me inventory turns. So inventory in and out, like you want to turn it rapidly, which means to me trucks coming in and out. So can you explain to me why your model is a little different and you're not constantly pushing product in and out?
Sure, is that something you're able to answer?
So, Ann, this is Jeff. I'm telling you that we are an e-commerce business. So we receive the order 24/7. But then we don't deliver the goods to our customers by ourselves. We don't allow the customer to pick up our goods. So our warehouse is indeed different from the conventional warehouse. So we utilize the public available carrier, that's USPS and UPS, to deliver the goods to our customers. And so indeed, we only incur very few traffics from the small trucks or vans in a certain day.
So you're collecting the orders on a daily basis and then pushing them out like once a day or twice a day?
That's
as
correct.
Opposed to in and out all the time?
Yeah,
So
go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
So USPS come during the middle of the day, deliver the mails, and then pick up some small packages we prepared maybe yesterday or the day before today. And then most of the goods really goes through UPS. So we schedule a daily pickup with UPS. The gentleman that now came at 5:30, within 15 minutes difference. And so, yeah, we only have a few carrier small trucks come to our site. That's the traffic situation.
All right, so who are your primary customers if most of your 97% of your business is going through Amazon? So who are your targeted customers?
Oh, customers can be anyone. I mean, it's sitting behind the computer or playing the phone. They wanted to swipe and put it into their shopping cart. And we have an inside sales who sales directly to enterprises. We call it B2B sales channel. Right. So we don't have a specific customer segments. It can be literally anyone.
So why do they need to go through you at all? Like, why don't they just go right to Amazon? Why do they need you? Why would they even need your particular?
Well, we have our own website. So we have a B2B sales. We sell also on eBay.com. Also, I mean, to some extent, Walmart.com. And so, those orders cannot be fulfilled by Amazon. I wish I could get rid of the inventory completely, but then 3% of our total sales indeed come to our office, and we have to fulfill them. And so, hence, there's a need for for inventory management or for warehouse storage.
All right, thank you. I guess this would be to the planning team or the planning board. If the traffic exceeds what they're kind of promising here as part of the site plan approval, are there any ramifications? Like, is there anything that you can do can it be a condition of permitting that they can only have that amount of in and out?
Sorry, I was muted. That's a great question. I think what we're learning a little bit from our experiences in other areas is that one thing that may be a possible condition is that sort of post-occupancy review, just to make sure that the traffic, the actual traffic matches up to the original report. And if we're finding that it doesn't, can we put something in place to correct that matter? Or I don't know. We would just have to figure out enforcement-wise what that looks like, because obviously we see trouble with enforcement. But it does seem like condition-wise, there may be that post-occupancy type condition that will help alleviate that, especially in this area that's so sensitive.
Yeah. Okay. My next question, Millie, thank you for asking about the flow of truck traffic through the facility. I was wondering about the backup beepers because it seemed to me it would have to back up to the loading dock. But then I am curious in terms of how you expect a tractor trailer to exit onto Lyman Street, which is very, very narrow, without making a real wide turn, possibly onto my property. Because right now our property is getting run over left and right by the trucks coming around the corner. So I can just picture the truck having to come off of your 1 Lyman Street property, make this wide turn across both lanes of Lyman Street in order to, go over to the stop sign and then turn right onto Bartlett. So could we have a condition of it going left on Lyman and just not even go to the corner?
So, Vito, would you mind bringing up that plan again? Because I actually do
Sure.
wonder about the street as well. I'm not a huge proponent of that exit, and I just.
We've made these wide flares that can accommodate that large of a truck, and this driveway here is wide enough where it can get out there without it's not going to go across the street or anything like that. This is the natural flow of traffic that you want to be able to come out, go down Bartlett, head to 495. There's no reason that the truck would ever have to cross over and get off that. We've provided this a nice wide flare. These are the standard radiuses we use for mass highway projects or DOT projects. We modeled it with the software we use to model trucks and how they turn and move through sites.
And so what's the width of Lyman Street? Oh, is that 60 feet? Is that what that says? Sorry.
That's the right-of-way itself.
Oh, okay.
The pavement itself is about, I'm just going to estimate. I can get an exact measurement next time, but we're about 24-ish in that range, 24-ish feet.
Okay, and comparatively, Bartlett on the other side, what is that?
Bartlett, I think, is wider. It's a wider street up in Bartlett. The paved surface, anyway, is wider. That's probably closer to 30 feet on Bartlett.
Okay, Ian, did you have any other questions?
Yeah, I do. Sorry. I think it was mentioned about how the 152 Bartlett Street property really faces Bartlett Street, so no worries about hiding or unhiding the Lyman side of the building. But in fact, where we sit in our house is really in our sunroom, and my mother-in-law sits in her kitchen, and so she's not looking out onto Bartlett. She's definitely going to be looking out onto your building. So I appreciated, Marshall, you saying that it would be nice to have more trees rather than less trees, because we don't really want to see the building. In terms of lighting, I do appreciate the suggestion about shutting the lights off at a certain hour, both for ourselves and also the animals that are being displaced left and right in this area. But, the property up the street, they had certain when they were doing their permitting, they said that they were going to do certain things with their lighting that wouldn't be impactful, but now they've put up this big floodlight using a generator, and apparently that's okay for them to do, even though it wasn't part of the original permitting. And that lighting is flooding out. When I'm sitting in my sunroom, it's literally like hitting me in the eyes, even though it's way up the street. So you're saying that the lighting will be subdued and you'll shut it off, but I just want to point out that I don't know how easily it could be enforced when it seems like the other.
Next time we're looking at lighting, was that the plan for next time as part of landscaping and lighting?
Yes.
Okay, so that's a good question to keep on the radar, and I wrote it down too for when we look at the lighting plan.
Okay, and then I did have a question around the loading dock bump out, but I guess that would be part of the building. So I'm wondering if you had ever considered it not facing the residential property, but facing the other way towards the Donegan system side, rather. Mm-hmm. And I guess, I don't know if, right now on that property, there are like 70-foot tall pine trees, which are blocking some of the noise and the light from up on the hill, and that's going to all be torn down. So, again, I think more trees to buffer some of that is better. And then just, two more things. Like, I've not seen any detail thus far, and maybe this isn't, we're shifting gears and only talking about the traffic flow, but I would be interested to understand what you're going to be doing on the 35 Lyman side of the property. Are you going to be clear cutting all those trees down? And then similarly on the Donegan system border, what are you planning to do there?
So on this, is this end kind of the end? Can you see my cursor going?
Right.
Yeah, this end all down here would be left natural.
Right.
This dashed line here, that represents the limit of work. So everything over here would be left natural, all that back area. We would be working right up to the property line on this side, closer to the Donegan side.
So it's going to be building to building there.
Yeah, I mean, the building itself is going to be, probably 100 feet apart at least or more, but the sites themselves would be right next to each other.
Right.
But this end over here, yeah, would be left.
And one more question?
I think that's, probably it for now. But I will have more when we go over the building.
No problem. Thanks for participating. I'm going to put you back over.
Thank you.
Okay, I have another hand. Kristen Wickstead. Just say your name and address.
Hi, this is, sorry, I'm logged on to Kristen's computer. This is John Wickstead from 2 Stirrup Lane.
Hi, John.
I wanted to make a few comments after watching the presentation carefully. First of all, I take exception to the comment that there's only one neighbor who's going to have to look at this. There's thousands of people who drive by this every day, and there's hundreds of people in this neighborhood, and you're about a third of a mile from the high school. So this is not the only neighbor who's going to have to look at this. And you're putting an industrial building right on the verge of the residential district. I mean, literally, you are at the edge of the residential district. You've got Ann across one street. You've got Mrs. Kim across the other street. You've got Jenkins Drive 200 feet down the road. You've got Stirrup Brook another 150 feet past that. And right up the road from there is the high school. So it's a very dense residential neighborhood right there. And I think you should be a little more concerned with all of the neighbors and not just trying to satisfy one neighbor. Second of all, the issues that we have with the trucks and the traffic on Bartlett Street has shown over and over again that the town has very little enforcement ability here. And I would urge the planning board to take that into consideration when they put their stipulations down. In 2015, we passed zoning regulations for a special permit driveway at the Amazon facility, which instructs the drivers to turn only to the east. That's been completely unsuccessful. We continue to have problems with trucks turning to the west, and yet the town has thrown up their hands in despair and had no effort at enforcement. The lighting issues that we see on Bartlett Street continue to be problematic. All of the facilities up there had lighting situations which were passed by the planning board. And if you drive by there at night, it's like driving through Fenway Park. The light poles are very high. There's no effort made at dark sky compliant lighting. And the lighting situation for Ann in particular is going to be terrible. The last thing I would point out, and I don't want to take up too much of the planning board's time, is that, we've heard a great deal, and I appreciate the willingness of the business owner to be present for this meeting, really appreciate that. And we've heard a great deal about his business and how little impact that will have. My concern really is that 5 years from now, his business may be someplace else, and this building will still be here. And I'm sure he's going into this with the intent of building a business and being a good neighbor, but businesses change. And once we have a 20,000 square foot warehouse on the corner of Bartlett and Lyman, all bets are off. And we could have a great neighbor there, or the building could get sold. There's 43 parking spaces associated with this building, and we've heard how little impact we're going to have with only 8 employees, and yet we have 43 parking spots in what is currently a house and a barn. So this is going to cause some major disruption to the neighborhood. Any business that's 35 feet tall and has 43 parking spaces is definitely going to have adverse impacts on the resident. Thank you very much.
Okay, great, thank you. Any other public comments?
I had a question, Carrie.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks. So I had a question for the last person who just spoke, Mr. Wickstead. So it seems like Anne was in agreement that she liked more trees to buffer, and he was concerned that it shouldn't just be one neighbor, it should be abutting neighbors who should be able to weigh in on that. I'm wondering, does he agree with that?
Okay, let me see if, John, I don't know if you're still under Kristen. Are you still there, John?
Yeah, am I still on?
Yes, you are. I'm sorry, I thought I moved you. Yep, do you have a response?
Yeah, Ms. Glepsy, thank you for bringing that up. I really feel for Ann on this. She's in a very difficult position here because her property is going to be very heavily impacted, and the more trees that we can get to shade on that side of Ann's house, the better. I think their willingness to put mature landscaping in is great. But the more trees we can possibly keep that are already there, the better. As Ann said, we've got 70-foot pines currently screening her from the rest of the industrial zone up there. And a lot of those 70-foot pines are coming down. So absolutely, I would agree with Ann that the more landscaping you can get between that building and her, the better. It's just unfortunate that building goes to within like 30 feet of the road. So I can't imagine that any landscaping you're going to put on there is going to have really any chance of shielding that building from her.
Well, in the first time being on the design review committee for many years, planning board as well, it's the first time I've seen an applicant who is going to plant very, very mature trees, right? So this is a major investment on an applicant to help create a natural buffer between industrial and residential. So I was just commenting on your comments because I know that you said that you want more input than just Ann's. And so I just wanted feedback on that because they're trying to make a serious attempt to make a natural buffer, which, by the way, will stay in perpetuity forever. And so the next business that comes in there, they would be there as well. So I just wanted to point that out.
Yeah, let me just
and I do think that is a welcoming to the business community because most applicants do not do that, and that's a major investment to his property.
Well, and I would say just in response to that, Michelle, thank you for being on the design review committee, and thank you for encouraging the businesses in town to be respectful of that. I think that step of major investment in the landscaping is definitely shows goodwill on the part of the builders here, and we appreciate that, and we appreciate the design review committee's effort to make that happen on behalf of the neighbors. My point here was not that I as an abutter or anybody else deserves extra special treatment here. It's just that I want the developers and the owner to understand that that they're not impacting one house here, they're impacting a neighborhood, and they're impacting all the traffic that goes up to the high school and all of the student drivers that are on the road, and they're impacting a historical building in Northborough, and I think it's important that gets pointed out. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Okay, any other comments from the public? Okay, looks like not. Any further comments or questions from board members or staff? Okay.
No.
All right, so it sounds like we have some additional items on the list here, some pending meetings that we discussed when we first opened the hearing or continued the hearing tonight. So let's see, you're meeting with design review on the 28th, so we'll obviously need to continue. I think at this point we're looking at the May 18th date for us. Does that work for you as well?
Yes.
Okay.
And Dave, are you available on May 18th?
Oh, that's right, because you're doing
Because
landscape.
you'll be presenting landscaping, and Alok, the same question to you.
Yep, that look good.
And Alok, you okay? May 18th?
Okay. Well, thank you.
Okay, if that works, then for board members.
I'll be okay, thanks.
That work for you?
Thank you.
Okay, great. So for board members, do we want to do 6 o'clock? That work? Okay.
Works for me.
He's raising her hand.
Oh,
Carrie,
yeah.
yeah, Carrie, I just wanted to, briefly mention what you and I had discussed today by email. I don't know if the applicant's aware of that, because that may affect their decision about when they want to continue. Given that there's a town election in there, and whether the board changes membership or not, depends on this having to start over. If the membership of the board changes, because it's a special permit.
So, I mean, do rules of necessity apply in that case, so that wouldn't have to start over, or no?
No,
Because, I mean, the other thing with this one in particular is that there's a variance appeal going on, so this could be a 2-year out, this could be 2 years out before a shovel's even in the ground, so.
Well, right, but the appeal, if you remember from Whitney Street, the appeal is a completely separate process.
Oh, no, of course, but even if we rush to do something, I mean, we just can't accommodate another hearing on the 4th. We are way.
I'm saying anything about, this is the board's business and the applicant's business. I'm just bringing that information forward so that everyone is aware of that. Because that's there's no way around that. That's how the special permits work in Massachusetts, that you have to be present for all of the hearings in order to vote on the application. Some towns adopt what's called the Mullen Rule, but that wouldn't even matter in this case, because that's only about a board member being able to miss one meeting. Again, I just want people to be aware of that if the board changes, there's 2 seats that are up. If the board, and this has nothing to do with the people that are running, I'm just stating fact that with an election, and if seats change, then and this isn't the only project affected, but that anyone that has a special permit before the board, that special permit needs to be re-advertised, the butters notified, and a new public hearing started with what might be a new board. But if the election doesn't change anything, then then it's all systems go.
Marshall, did you have something?
Yeah, Kathy, that's a good point you brought up, and Carrie, thank you for letting me talk about it. Kathy, I didn't think that a new application or new notice had to go out. If necessary, if there is a change on the board, and that's a big if, then could we not say that the information from the prior hearings has to be delivered again, and people who want to ask questions can ask questions again? I think it could go back to square one without a new filing.
Oh, no, you don't have to file again.
And I
It's
don't
just-
think there needs to be new notice to abutters either.
I talked to town council today, and he's going to put this in writing. He didn't have time to do it for this board meeting, but he's going to do it for the May 4th meeting, just so that everyone has that information.
Okay. Look, I've been on a planning board before. I know what it's like. You can't always finish things. Whatever we have to do, we're willing to do. I hope our attitude is coming across. We're trying to be very cooperative. I mean, I live in the town of Northborough. I've lived here for 47 years. You know, Dave is a resident of Northborough. Jeff is going to make his business here. Vito works in town. We want to make this a good project. We don't want to try to say we're rushing this down anybody's throat by any means. So whatever you feel you need from us, we're cooperating. And it's like I said to Ann earlier, tell us what you want and we'll help you out. We'll do the best we can.
Okay, great. So I do think we're gonna be looking at a 18th. I can't see any way we can do this on the 4th.
Okay. We'll deal with it.
Okay.
Yeah, I
So,
think from us, from a standpoint of design review, we've been over so much that we'll be wrapping it up on the 28th, so we would be ready for the 4th, but
we just, I mean, we're slammed to the gills that night with what we already have, so it's just not gonna be possible. Do we want to make a motion to continue for 6 PM on the 18th?
And make a motion to continue the hearing for 1 Lyman Street to 6 PM on May 18th.
Hold on one second. It is the 18th. Yep, just double checking. Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor, Amy?
Aye.
Ellie?
Aye.
Anthony?
Aye.
Sal?
I,
And Carrie's an aye. Okay, great. Thank you so much. We'll see you back in a few weeks.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up on the agenda, we have the continued public hearing, special permit common driveway application for 85 and 95 West. Michelle, did you want to
I'll
recuse
excuse
yourself?
myself. Yep.
Okay, just for the purpose of the minutes, Michelle has recused herself from the hearing. So Kathy, is this still a request to continue?
Yes, they had the applicant's engineer and then the attorney, their attorney, both sent me an email confirming that they would like to continue. They specifically asked for May 4th, but yes, they've asked for a continuance.
Is it okay for you to give us an idea of what remains? Like, I know we can't really talk a whole lot without the applicant here, but I'm just curious. Are we in a spot? Previously, we had 2 engineers with very different opinions, and I know Fred has weighed in like, multiple times. Can you at least tell us if we're at a point where we're very close to an agreement where we could, Fred, maybe you can speak to this a little bit.
Yeah, I think
I can try.
Okay.
Yes, there have been 2 engineers, the engineer for the applicant and the engineer for one of the abutters, who has been reviewing the drainage quite closely. And his comments have been on point and needed to be addressed. And the applicant's engineer has addressed them a few times. Most recently, he provided a revised plan on April 14th. The abutters engineer took a quick look at that and agreed with some of the changes, and then noted some other inconsistencies in the stormwater management report, which I outlined in a letter for you that have merit, need to be addressed. That review memo that I had pretty much narrows it down. The grading and the concerns about the groundwater separation have been addressed. Now it's a matter of making sure that the stormwater report actually matches the plans more accurately. I think there may have been a rush to get it done and not make it completely consistent. I believe that the engineer for the applicant can address those, and they should be able to do that. I've requested that he provide the revised plans and stormwater report by April 26th, so that I have a full week to review them before the May 4th next meeting, if you continue to that.
Okay, so it sounds like that is a pretty expedited, like we could be a quick hearing. I mean, of course, board members can ask what, I mean, I don't want to limit the time, but I'm just wondering in terms of the hearings we typically have, it's pretty straightforward, would you say?
I do not expect to have a lengthy discussion going back and forth about drainage at your next meeting.
Okay. Okay, board members, I mean, this seems a little shorter. I know we have huge things going on the 4th. Are we comfortable with taking on this hearing on the 4th? Or any thoughts on that to continue to the 4th?
Bring it on.
Amy or Anthony?
Yeah, I mean, what is the load we have on the 4th altogether?
What do we have right now? We have executive session, Starris peer review, Bartlett subdivision. Do we have anything else?
No. Nope, so those 2 hearings and the executive session.
All right. I think it'll likely be a late night, but I think it makes sense.
Amy, thoughts?
Yeah, sure. If it's midnight, though, we'll have to tell them we might have to continue.
I know. So, for the Bartlett subdivision, that decision is due on May 19th.
I gotta go back one more agenda, Karen.
Well, my question is just because I'm asking, do we actually have to draft a decision that night as well?
Well, yes, you have to vote. Yes, you have to vote that night. If they don't grant an extension, if they don't give you additional time, yes, you have to vote that night. So therefore, you would need to know what if you're approving it, what your conditions would be, and if you're, denying it. Believe it or not, denials are easier to write because you don't need to list, you don't need to be extensive about why something is denied. But either way, I could, I could prepare some draft comments for you. I'm not going to make an assumption either way. Obviously I can't, but about how the board would vote, but I could prepare, information, both ways for you. It wouldn't be, an exact draft of a decision, but it could give you some guidance that evening.
Mm-hmm. So, okay, so we would have to, or else Bartlett would have to start all over again. The subdivision.
No, the subdivision is different. A subdivision is just a simple majority, meaning 3 out of 5 board members.
Okay.
So it really wouldn't be affected by if there was a change in the election.
Okay. And Starris would have to start all over again.
Starris would, yes. And when we say start over, it's just, they just have to go through the process of re-advertising the hearing, and then bringing up new board members to speed.
Okay.
So part of that, I'm sorry, but I was going to say, part of that, anytime there's a new board member, part of that onus is on them, to educate themselves about, what's on the agenda. And then obviously, part of it is the applicant, having to do that with possibly different board members.
Okay, and is Attorney Dineski gonna give us an idea as to if you missed the last 9 months or a year of Steris, how do you then come in and vote? Like, you just have to, we don't have any rules in place that would allow you to vote unless you started over, I guess. How would you?
Right, so that's what I mean. So the hearing would have to start over. So whether that takes, 2 meetings or 18 meetings. I mean, I don't know what the future would be about that, but.
I wouldn't want to deliver that message.
Yeah, no.
Okay, so board members, upon hearing that, I mean, it seems to me like it would make it less complicated for us if we already have these other big things in the mix to at least take care of this one, unless there are any thoughts that this may take a long time to do so likewise, we'd have to do the decision for 85. No, you said.
No, 85 is a special permit, so with a special permit, you have much more wiggle room, so it's 90 days from the close of the hearing. A subdivision is a whole different time frame, and the time frame starts from the day that they file.
Okay, so any thoughts on continuing 85? Should we do it for the 4th, or should we just hold it to the 18th?
It's up to you guys.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it really, I don't want to put anybody in a tough spot in terms of the applicants, but I think if we want to do a thorough job on all of these, I think we're going to be really pushing the limits on the 4th. So I don't know.
That's true too. Such a hard decision.
I mean, we have, and again, this, as staff, we certainly don't influence, what your process here is, but, I mean, Fred and I have gone, over this, what the outstanding items are, and it's coming back just to that drainage issue. Mia McDonald, our conservation agent, has been involved with a review with Fred. So it's the applicant satisfying the last few questions that Fred has, which again, they kind of put together a schedule, of when they can get the information to Fred by. They felt that that would work for them. So I don't think there's a lot of heavy lifting on this one compared to those other 2 that you have that night.
Okay.
May I also want to note that Conservation has closed their hearing.
Oh, okay. That's good.
That's right, on West Street. Yeah, they did.
Okay.
Okay. Do we think if it's short enough we can accommodate, or do we want to hold?
I'm okay to accommodate.
What do we, I'm sorry, what time are we starting?
5 o'clock.
Okay, so we're already starting about as early as we can get. Okay. So but now we're assuming that everything is going to be worked out by then. That's the only other thing. But I guess then if there's not, then they would continue on their own, I would assume. Yeah.
If they're not, I will put a memo together indicating that you should continue.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, can we add it and say for some really crazy reason it's 11 o'clock and we just can't go forward? They'll understand, or we have to keep going.
Well, it's the applicant that has to request the continuance.
Yeah.
But the first thing on your open meeting that night is 4:25. So you have town council for an hour on 4:25.
Yeah.
Which.
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, which may be enough. I don't know. So you definitely have something from at least 5:30 to 6:30. So if anything, I mean, you can still put this on for 5:30 or 6, like, and stack them all up like we've done in the past. But
yeah, I'd almost want to make sure we get through our are must-haves versus, you know,
Mm-hmm.
in case anything goes wrong. Well, is there, I mean, if we put them on the agenda, is that better to have them on the agenda and have to move it than not have them on the agenda at all, perhaps?
Not, I mean, I don't know, I can't answer that, but at least if being on the agenda, it gives you the opportunity to, you know, address it that night.
Okay. So Millie, it sounds like you're good with that. Anthony, are you still hesitant? You have some concerns?
No, I mean, I'm okay with trying to pursue work, you know, getting it done.
Amy, are you okay with it?
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
I'll do it.
Okay.
Let's just hope we don't have to come to the change. And everything will work out.
Okay, so why don't we vote to continue, why don't we should we just say as a standard 6 o'clock? And then we can configure them around if we need to, but we'll just say continue to May 4th at 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
Okay, is there a motion to continue to May 4th at 6?
And make
I'm sorry.
Oh.
Go ahead, Millie.
I make a motion to continue the public hearing special permit common driveway application for 85 and 95 West Street to May 6th. Wait.
No, May 4th.
May 4th at 6.
Yeah.
Second.
Wow.
Amy?
Aye.
Millie?
Aye.
Anthony?
Aye.
And Carrie's an aye. Okay. Bring your sleeping bags next time.
Yep.
Okay, next on our agenda, we have public hearing to consider proposed zoning amendments for 2021. So I just need a minute to pull those out. All right.
And Carrie, however, you know, obviously, however you want to proceed here, but I can, I mean, if you want to go article by article, or if you want me, you know, Bob provided me some answers today, and I have some, the information from town council on 2 of the articles. You know, I can go through those. I know, Amy, I think you have some changes you want to talk about for contractor's yard.
Okay, so how about we'll talk about, that sounds like a good plan. So if you want to go through it, you have, Amy will do her changes, and then we'll take comments on, I don't think we have to go one by one unless anyone from the public has a comment that they want to go back to. That's completely fine. But otherwise, we'll address at least our deltas and figure out.
Okay.
And we have to assign people to.
Yes. Yep. To do yes to assigning people, and obviously this needs to be finished tonight, you know, so that we've got the final language. Yep. Because tomorrow the town administrator, knowing that you had a meeting tonight, is holding off until tomorrow to send the warrant to the printer.
Oh, okay, thank you.
And that way the motions, which is something, you know, they started last year because of COVID, to cut down on the amount of paper, and obviously, you know, we don't have the ability to make presentations, you know, using overheads and so forth. So the motions are going to be printed in the warrant. So any of the amendments, you know, you didn't vote at the last meeting. So anything that you vote tonight will get printed in the warrant.
Okay.
Okay, so that's a huge help as far as the kind of the flow of town meeting. So if I can just start with the questions that you all had asked at the last hearing. On Article 29, there was just kind of just a general overall question about, you know, that's the fee between the non-discrimination fee schedule. And so how Bob responded to that was that this is basically a housekeeping item brought by town council. The current language lacks certain structures and other items, making it currently very difficult to enforce and to be recognized in court. And I believe that was the most important part about being recognized in court. So that was, I don't think, at least my recollection in my notes is that you didn't have any changes or anything to that, but you just kind of had an outstanding question.
Right. Does that answer our questions that we had before? Millie, was this your question? You had this question before.
I think it was Lisa Maselli's question.
Yeah.
Ah, okay. So I think, any board members have questions on that one?
I did not.
No.
No.
Okay.
So then on Article 30, the questions that I had, you at the last meeting for the, this is the prohibited uses. The first thing, the overall, we had talked about possibly combining this with some existing language that is in this particular section. And it was actually number 2. What we're proposing for town meeting is adding a number 4. And town council, and I can read it if you want, but basically town council said that trying to combine the existing language in 2 with the new language in 4 is outside of the scope of the public hearing. So that this particular article, the way that you're presenting it, specifically talks about hazard to human health, safety, and welfare, whereas the existing language just talks about the hazards. It doesn't talk about human health hazards, but it just talks about fumes and hazardous waste, and very similar to this, but the language is different enough that it's outside the scope of what was advertised.
Oh, okay, so meaning, I see, but this is something we could correct in the future. We've just gone beyond the point of being able to.
Correct. So we need to, go forward with how it's written, and as opposed to trying to combine it with existing language. So at your last meeting on the first one about the commercial slaughtering, Bob, you had added.
Want me to pull? It's up here.
Of animals?
It doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter to me. But yeah, you had added of animals, and Bob is suggesting that if you wanted to keep in used in the preparation of meat products, that he would change meat to food, but otherwise the commercial slaughtering of animals, period, is okay.
Okay, Amy, do you mind bringing that up? Sure.
Yep, I'll bring it up.
I think you had the edit, so I'm just looking at the original.
Okay, just I want to see what it's called. Every time I go to share screen, it has like a million documents I have open. Okay.
You want me to grab it, Amy?
It's up to you. I have it marked up. Do you have one that's marked up, or?
I do, but I've got to go into my file. So if you already have it.
I think I have it. I have it right here. Do you see it?
Yep. Yeah. Okay.
So Bob is saying he believes that, just ending it at animals is fine. But if you did want to, if it was the sort of the will of the board, if you wanted to put in used in the preparation of meat products, he's suggesting that meat should say food.
That makes sense too.
But again, last week or last meeting, people were good with getting rid of used in the preparation of meat products.
Yeah, any thoughts from the board on that? Can we end it at animals, or do we want to extend it?
Well, the only thing I was thinking, and not that we have a lot of it around here, but even fish doesn't, if you said food products, fish and seafood and things like that would be included in that. Versus if
we just leave it as animals, it probably wouldn't include fish, right?
It would not.
So that should be fine, right? I'm thinking more of like mammals, like cows and the big animals that would cry out in the neighborhood.
Okay.
Okay, so we're gonna leave it as that of animals.
Yep.
So
Sounds
then, so actually that was the only question that you had for Bob. So he was good with that. And then, you know, again, on D, A and D won't be crossed out. It's just what happened with the editing. And then you had talked about on M that you would replace that with junkyard or automobile graveyard.
Yep. And he was okay with that.
Yeah, he specifically I asked him about the A, but yeah, he looked at the whole thing.
Okay.
Okay, so that's 30. On 31, that is the definition of contractor's yard, and the question that I was left with was two things. Should the word disturbing be left in, and Bob thought that that all of these are disturbed. You know, like what would rise to the level of someone complaining about it is that it would be disturbing dust, disturbing noise, disturbing odors, and I think that so therefore that disturbing should stay in.
Okay.
And then you had asked me to check with him about sales. Would sales be considered an accessory use? And his response is that sales should be included, as contractors do sell completed pieces, components, occasional parts, and pieces.
And I have sales, I think I added it back in, but I think it was up in a different spot.
So that
emailed out.
What you had, I had sent that email to everybody that you had suggested.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
It's up here. And was the semicolon was after?
After services, yeah.
Yeah. So I had just thought about this a lot after the meeting last meeting, that there were a lot of people who were, wanted to leave the sales in there and thought that's the way we did it in our town and should continue to do it. And so I thought about it that night too, and so I added it back in, and I wanted to know if people were in agreement with that. Do you think we should have the sales back in to make it easier? But I added it as sales of their materials, products, and services.
I think that that's better.
So Amy, on the comments that you put back, you said or. It should be and, not or. So you put or, like it was an and or. I'm looking at the comments that you sent to Kathy. This is what I'm working off of, that you emailed today.
Okay, sales, in this definition, I don't have that up because I'm sharing this. Can you just read it?
Right, that you put, so we're keeping in the word disturbing.
Yep.
But above it, it was tools, materials, and fabrication or sales. It should be and.
Amy, what I'm looking at,
because there's a comma here, right?
Amy, you had sent out something different than this.
Yeah.
After the meeting.
Right.
So do you have that?
I'll have to stop sharing this, but I'd have to go pull that up. I made changes and then I emailed it. Is it just this same thing, fabrications, comma, and sales of their materials?
No, you said or sales.
But wanted it to say and?
Yeah, because if you're saying or, you're saying and or.
Right.
We're saying
so it should be and if people agree to the sales.
Yeah.
Okay, so if I just add and, is that? It's just easier than me going to stop sharing screen and go through my emails.
And then you also, in the last sentence, where it says all outside storage and parking of trucks, equipment, and then you added materials.
Yeah, that was from Ashley's edit, I think. salvage materials.
Did we end up putting in used in the regular course of their business? I think that's something that we had talked about last time, and you had asked Ashley what she meant by that, why she added that.
So as materials used in the regular course of their business?
Yeah, we had asked, our questions from the board was why there became the, and why used in the regular course of their business was added.
Okay. And I didn't make any of those changes.
And hold on, I'm just trying to see.
Well, I don't know that they were changes. They were questions that the board had of why.
Oh, right, but we were just wondering, why did she say that? Was there a reason that we should be thinking about when she pointed out used in the regular course of their business? And so that way it's not just storage of, you know, you and all your friends' salvage materials. It's your salvage materials that belong to your business kind of thing.
I think that makes sense too, because it's easier when it comes to interpretation. Yeah, this contractor's yard is, or the contractor. Like you said, it's not a yard for storing all sorts of stuff for all different people.
So,
oh, go ahead.
And I was just going to say, so what is it that you're changing here?
It was all outside storage and parking of trucks, equipment, materials, salvage materials. And what was the last one, Carrie?
And dumpsters. Oh.
Oh, no, it was used in the regular course of their business. So I guess that would be up for board discussion, if that's something we wanted to add. We wanted Ashley.
How do you, that doesn't even make sense, like, what you're doing right there. You're basically saying to them, and this is the difficult part, because you got town meeting in 2 weeks and you're trying to write a bylaw like at the last minute. So it's pretty simple. It's what you're saying to contractors are your parking trucks, your equipment, your materials, your salvage materials, and dumpsters need to be screened from the street. Why do you want to say in the course of your business? Like, what are you afraid, what are you going to say? Like a tall guy has some other stuff and then Bob Federico has to go out and make a determination. Is that in the course of your business? Because you have, you know, something else that, I mean,
right.
How do you manage that? How do you even think? I mean, that seems so restrictive, and I don't even understand where that's coming from. And if we want to go down that path, then maybe we should just consider waiting until next year. I think what you're saying right now is anything outside needs to be screened from the street. Pretty straightforward.
Yeah, I wonder what, maybe I'm reading that line in the wrong spot, because I hear what you're saying on that. Hold on, let me see if I can find the original suggestion. Oh, it wasn't there. Okay, so that, you're right, Michelle, that is kind of funky there. It was, so now it would be weird because we've added sales, but the sales part, it was dedicated to the storage, up where it's currently underlined. So dedicated to the storage of their vehicles, equipment, machinery, tools, materials, fabrications used in the regular course of their business. But now we've added and sales of their materials, products, and services. So it may be kind of weird to stuff that in there.
I think it sounds good the way it is. Does everybody agree, or?
Yeah. Any other thoughts on this?
My only question is, Kathy, do you think the word tradesman should be further defined, or do you think that would go and be all-encompassing to someone who's working in the field, like we talked about, plumbers, electrician, granite, window, all of them?
Yeah, I mean, personally, I don't think it needs to be defined.
Okay.
And it's right now it's not, you know, defined in our zoning, and I think it's not that it's a common sense thing, but I mean it's kind of like, you know, a term that's commonly used that people understand what a tradesman or trade
Okay.
person is.
Yep. Well, I'm happy that the seals is put back in because I don't think we should prohibit these small businesses. And I think the other one with regards to the screening, you know, design review committee does that already, and I think that's, you know, it makes sense. I don't think we have to complicate it.
Okay, any other thoughts?
Only one other question. Bob replied to my email, and he didn't really like the statement or other casualty, but that's what was in our bylaw already. So I think, like Michelle was just saying, it might be too late to start changing it now.
Okay, but what was his reason for that? I'm just trying to look it up again.
I think he thought it was vague, right? Or other casualty. But it was in the old bylaw, so that's how that all the sentence that isn't underlined was already in the old bylaw.
Oh, okay, so here's what he said. Other casualty is a wide open category that may have no value for enforcement. I believe any item under other casualty may be misconstrued as targeting, harassment, made up objectionable effects, etc., and may be met with pushback. So that was his comment there. But that wasn't anything we wrote. This was already in the bylaw, so maybe he misunderstood that.
And when we started this way back in like January, December, I actually took out provided that all operations, because we have performance standards, and he said you wouldn't want to take it out. So I hate to go back and change with it now, especially because he's not here.
Yeah.
It was from the old definition. We'll just leave it, and if he wants to change it next year when we go back, and I just don't know what we would change it to because he's not here right now.
Okay, well, I think it's part of the old one. Unless anybody disagrees, I think we let it be.
Yeah.
Okay, is that it for this one?
Yes, that's what I had.
Okay,
Yep.
so that's all the follow-up stuff. So then I guess we just have, is non-conforming the only one that had outstanding items?
No, you had, let's see, 32, 33. You had questions on 33 about asking Bob if there was any wholesale trade in either Business West or Business South. And right now he responded by saying he can't say that he's 100% sure because, you know, he didn't have time to, like, you know, to fully research this, but he said the following operations may be doing some sort of wholesales in one form or another: Rockies, Festive Breads, Sirloins, Goodyear Tire, Zecco. Almost any business at 100-106 Otis is a distribution facility on Lawrence Street. Armino Coffee Roasters does wholesale. He said the definition of wholesale is one that ships supplies to other distribution points, meaning someone else resells it. So you had talked about prohibiting that. I mean, your proposal is to prohibit that in the Business West and Business South, and he's saying that there appears to be several businesses in Business West and Business South that do wholesale trade.
Mm-hmm. He's not here, but so Festive Breads wouldn't be retail? Like,
well, all of these places are probably, I don't know about Otis Street, but are probably, you know, would be classified as retail, but they're also, he's saying that they also do wholesale trade.
I just thought when we read like decisions and building permits, they always say it's a retail establishment or a contractor's yard. Like there's one principal use applied to what the person is doing, like Festive Breads. Like when you wrote up a decision, you wouldn't write it's retail sales and wholesale trade. That's where I'm confused.
I asked him the question that you asked at the last meeting, which is, you know, is there any wholesale trade happening today in Business West and Business South. And his response is he believes that some of these businesses are doing wholesale sales in one form or another.
So could we, because I think the purpose of this one was to clean up Business West area, or not clean up, but, not allow for warehouses or distributions on the main street. Is a better solution to strike that second part out of the definition instead? So that you remove including associated warehouse or outdoor storage and distribution facilities?
You're not doing anything with the definition in the amendment.
Oh, that's just a note, okay.
So my suggestion is that we wait till next year on this, because this would, basically hurt our businesses in town. There's several businesses that Kathy just listed here. And I'm sure they don't want to come to work the day after town meeting and understand that there's part of their business they can no longer do according to what the interpretation.
Well, that's not true, because it would be a grandfathered use. They wouldn't be shut down, they would just be
still.
or if we don't say grandfathered, whatever they would be.
Pre-existing non-conforming.
Well, let's take, for example, Armenios Coffee. I mean, they're doing a great job. They're well loved. Would you not want to see another one them? I mean, I'm sure Armenios doesn't want the competition, but I think another one on West or Business South is appropriate.
Right.
For like a Festive Breads or the other items that, the other businesses that Kathy mentioned. So are you closing the door for business opportunities in that area? Is it unattended?
I mean, I'm willing to pass over, but just to talk about it with Bob, but I don't see how even Arminos is outdoor storage distribution facilities or even a warehouse facilities. They're retail sales.
But wholesale trade, Amy, means that it's being resold at a different site. So I just read I mean, I'm sure everyone did too. I just recently read an article, about Lowe's meat market, and he sells a lot of products from people that are selling it at their store, such as the olive oil store. So he resells her product at his store. So technically, according to Bob's description here, that's wholesale. It's moving from it's someone that ships. I don't know if that's technically they have to ship it or they drive it across the parking lot, but ships supplies to another distribution point, meaning, and he says this, meaning the distribution point is someone who resells.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So to me, that's like, I never would have thought of that would be considered wholesale trade.
Right.
But the zoning enforcement officer is saying that is. So again, if you went forward with this, they would be pre-existing non-conforming, but then again, does that would stop anyone else from doing it? Whether it was, whatever the product was.
Okay, so thoughts on this one from board members? It sounds like, Michelle, you don't like this one. Amy, you still like this one.
Yeah, but I'm willing to pass over it, if we talk about it next year. I just wish we had gotten the information before tonight and we could have taken it off the articles, but I think it's too late, right? We have to pass over it. Kathy?
Yes, you would have to pass over it.
Okay.
But it's up to the other board members, but I'd rather have a discussion about it with Bob when he can make it sometime and we can look at it further.
Okay.
And I'll double check on that Passover, because if this hasn't gone to the printer yet, but I think the fact that you've advertised it and and it's out there as a potential zoning amendment, I think it does have to still be printed. But I'll double check on that.
Okay.
It's been on there since February. I just wish I wish we knew beforehand, like get the input.
Well, the question wasn't asked until April 6th, so.
Millie or Anthony, do you have comments on this one?
I think, I don't see anything urgent here, and I think that if we're unclear about unintended consequences, I think we should pass this one over.
Okay,
for now.
Millie, feel the same?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. All right. What do we have? Do we have another one with?
Okay, let's see, you didn't have anything on 34 or 35 or 36, but on 37, there was a question about whether in 7-08-020 about whether or not it's being proposed to take out detrimental and put in non-conforming. And David Dineski responded that less conforming is exact, is what he meant. And as a real quick example, he gave me what you're looking at here about being less non-conforming. He's saying, a determination would have to be made if you had, this is going to sound a little far-fetched, but say you had a two-family or a multi-family or two-family, three-family, and then someone was coming in and wanted to change it to industrial. So you're specifically looking at, what is less non-conforming out of those two. So his opinion, and I can read you his paragraph, but that less detrimental is the way, that less non-conforming is the way that it should be worded.
Okay. Did everybody see Attorney Dineski's reply on that in the email we got today?
Yep. I did not.
I didn't either.
So Carrie, if you just want me, I can just pull out a couple sentences that kind of go to this. In part, he says the determination of whether a use is similar to or less non-conforming than the existing use would involve comparison of uses allowed in that particular zoning district in question with the use in existence in comparison of the existing use, this is such a lawyer, with the nature of the use as proposed. For example, a form of a residential use in a residential district would be less non-conforming than a non-residential use.
Mm-hmm.
So the question, or the only question that I had written down was the board was questioning whether that should read, should stay less detrimental or change to the less non-conforming. Mm-hmm. And you asked me to check with him, and his opinion is that the phrase less non-conforming is correct.
Okay. So does that square up what we needed to do here, or was there anything else?
That was it for my notes.
Okay, so we're looking at the final here?
Yeah, so it hasn't changed.
Okay. Okay, any other board thoughts on this one?
Nope, that's fine.
I don't.
Okay, was that the last of the bunch?
Yes.
Okay, so this is a public hearing, so we'll take public comments. If you either didn't get a chance to comment last time on an article, or if you have a comment on something new we presented, we will certainly take your comments. If there's anyone who'd like to say anything. Oops, hold on.
Is anyone left out there?
Of course, yes. Scott Rogers. I'm going to put you on here. Hello, if you could just say your name and address.
Yeah, thanks, Scott Rogers, 26 Tomahawk Drive. Yeah, on the article, is it 30 on our prohibited uses?
Yeah.
I think you had inserted of animals as, in response to one of my hypothetical scenarios. I don't think it's needed. So, you could leave as is. Then you don't get into discussions of whether fish are animals, insects are animals, etc. And I don't think you you've already struck the bit about how it's used, so it wouldn't really matter how it's used. So if you were making that change purely because of my comment, don't worry about that on item A.
Okay. Anything else?
Then if we go to, I've lost track on the numbering. For our changes in use tables and understanding the impact of business, fully agree that if we don't have a good understanding of what the impact would be to existing businesses, it would be great to defer that and get a better understanding. So I think on that apply to 33 in the wholesale trade.
Great.
And then finally, that's good. Then, as Kathy mentioned, that the timing is good. That after tonight, you've got the capability to insert the amended articles, so that what's printed in the package for motions and all that makes sense. Because otherwise, it'll be a little hard for folks at town meeting to follow if we've got what's printed and then the actual motions at town meeting will be different from that. So that's great if you can wrap it all up tonight.
Great. Anything else?
I think that's it. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so is that something, animals we want to keep in there, or, I'm sorry, actually, let's address this. Animals in or out? Is that a concern, or is that a clarification we like?
I say leave it. It's
I
fine.
can't see how it makes a difference either way.
Yeah.
Okay. I've gotten used to it. I don't mind it. Michelle, anything from you?
I'm all set with it. I'm good with it.
Okay. Other comments from the public at all? Okay. All right, so Scott.
Yeah, sorry again, Scott Rogers, 26 Tom Hector. I meant to ask at this point, how many attendees do we still have in the meeting?
6.
Great, thanks.
Okay. And by the way, Scott, we're going to read your insect example and attribute that to you when we do this.
Hey, I think I need to apply for a patent on that, don't I?
Thank you.
Hey, Scott, there's still people on YouTube as well.
Oh, I took them off. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Okay. All right. The things we need to settle in then are in the past, Kathy, we did a intent thing where this was like the purpose of it that we handed out at town meeting last year. I mean, is that something that we should hand out again, or?
That's up to the board.
I mean, did people really read it? Maybe for each person who reads it, you can just quickly go through the purpose of it. Probably the people reading it will be the one who pitched it in the first place. So are we comfortable with just stating the purpose after we make the motion, or does that make better sense in a handout?
Yeah, I think part of, who's ever doing the presentations, that part of your presentation would certainly include, the reason why or the intent of why this is being brought forward.
Okay. So I think we did it last year because everything wasn't going to be printed. So this year, what would not be it would be printed in full, this entire motion, correct?
Yes, yeah. The article, so the warrant will contain the article and the motion.
Okay, and you give us the motion that day.
Yeah.
Okay.
You give it to us the night before, that would be good too. Or the motion is just to read. There was a piece of paper we got last year that had.
Yeah, I don't get the motions until the morning of, so.
Oh, okay. So was it the purpose that we got earlier?
Probably.
I think so, and that was helpful for sure.
Well, I think what I did was I wrote your presentations and I included, something like that in it. I don't remember exactly what I did last year, but we need to discuss that too tonight, what I'm doing, what you're expecting from me.
Okay. I just have one more public comment here. I'm just going to allow Kristen Wickstead.
Hi, it's John Wicks at 2 Surbrook Lane. I just had a quick question on the enforcement, which I just don't understand. I believe in the previous iteration of the current bylaw, it says that every offense is a separate violation. And it doesn't say that here as clearly. And I'm just wondering, for example, if you had 3 of the same violations on a given day, would those be separate violations or would those be all considered one violation?
I'm sorry, John, I don't understand about if you had 3 violations of the same violation.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you were in violation of a zoning bylaw, 3 times on the same day, would that be 3 separate violations?
Well, I mean, that means 3 different people calling to complain about the same violation. I'm not sure how, if they're violating something, they're violating it.
Well, I mean, in specific instance, when the planning board issues a special permit, the conditions of the special permit become binding zoning bylaws. And if you violate the conditions of your special permit, you could do that multiple times on any given day.
I think, if I might speak, that there is a time period in which they have to correct it.
Exactly, yeah.
And then if that's expired, then they could get a second violation. So I don't think you can get multiple ones of the same violation in the same day. And I'm not sure what the time is. I want to say 7 days, but I'm not 100% sure on that.
So say it were 7 days, then if it kept happening once a week, you could get a violation, and then at some point you're just paying $300 a week.
A day.
Well, I mean, this, as you guys know, my obsession over the past, 12 months has been the traffic on Bartlett Street. And one of the binding zoning regulations has been that the traffic is, from entering and exiting the Amazon facility from the east. And yet they violate that on multiple times on any given day, upwards of, 12 to 15 times a day.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm wondering whether each of those violations is subsequent to a $300 fine, because the way this bylaw was previously written, it stated fairly specifically that each violation was a separate.
Oh, it does still say a separate offense.
Does it say a separate offense?
Yeah, there it is. So I was looking for that too. I thought it was written differently.
Well, this says each day that a violation is a separate offense. It doesn't say that each violation on any given day, if 12 trucks went by, that would be $300 per truck. This would just say every day the violation is permitted to exist would be a separate offense.
That's an interesting point.
It's just, there's a difference. The way the previous bylaw was written, I don't know if you can pull up the previous bylaw, but it's a little, it's worded differently.
Sure. Let's see.
And which is weird because supposedly the only thing added is what's underlined. So it'd be kind of funny if it's different.
Well, I might be wrong.
Penalty for violation. Okay.
Carrie, I'm sorry about that, but I was just, Bob Federico just called me. He's watching this, so he just wanted to clarify that that it would be 1 violation per day. That, whether someone, in Mr. Wickstead's example, whether someone took a left turn once or 15 trucks took a left-hand turn, it would be 1 violation of the decision. So it would be, and again, it would, it goes back to the $50. Then if they don't remedy it, then he can do a 2nd violation, 3rd violation, and then after the 3rd violation, it continues to be $300 a day until they no longer are violating whether it's a decision as a zoning bylaw, whatever it is.
Okay. All right. So it sounds like it's a daily thing. Does that alleviate your concern or address what you're saying?
Well, Again, I'm just looking at what it, previously says here.
So
Do
my
you
only,
book or are you online?
No, that's okay. I mean, I understand. I think I understand it a little bit.
my only concern is I understand, your feedback on this has more to do with, the industrial land that, and the traffic that abuts your property, but because this is town-wide and it's the entire town, I'd be concerned about the impact on all the other businesses, much smaller businesses. So I wouldn't, does that make sense? Like,
Oh, totally. It totally makes sense. And I think,
this was broken up into like, here's what we do for like the business districts, and here's what we do for the residential, and here's what we do for industrial. I could see that argument, but this is just for the whole of town.
No, I totally understand. And I think Mr. Federico's comment, coming in saying, this is how I've been doing it, this is how we'll continue to do it, clarifies that for me. So thank you.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay. All right, so it sounds like we are going, whoever reads the motion will just add in the intent of it, and if you get assigned to one that you don't know the intent for, then we can always figure that out. I think at this point, are we ready to assign everybody their fate at town meeting?
Sure.
Okay, is everybody, first of all, willing to present?
Yes.
Is there someone who does not want to present? Yep. Okay, so let's see. Michelle, do you want to present as well this year? Oh, I can't hear you.
Yes.
Okay.
I have a question. Kathy, do we get clarification on the one where the whole house, or are we just going to move forward with that and then get up at town meeting and explain why we're not going to ask for a vote on it? Withdraw.
On Article 33? Is
Yeah.
that the wholesale?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm going to double check tomorrow with town council on whether or not that can be removed or not.
Okay.
I'm thinking that it can't be removed because you advertised it and, that this was one of the articles. So I think it's going to have to be a passover, but I'll double check on that.
Okay.
And I would think we really don't have to go into it, right? You just make a motion to pass over.
Yeah, well, sometimes people ask why you pass over, why you pass over.
Oh, okay.
So
I was just trying to move it along.
I just want to make sure, it looks like, I just want to make sure that, John, did you have something else to add? Maybe your hand you had your hand up by mistake. I just wanted to check. Nope, okay. I did not, must have been a mistake. Okay, okay, so do we want to go through, we'll assign everybody, then we'll also need to vote, and we will...
Yeah, because you do need to vote on each article, and then I have to put that into a report to the town moderator.
Okay, fine. And then should we close our hearing before we vote or after we vote?
It doesn't matter.
All right, well, in case anybody comes up with something, we'll just leave it
Keep it open.
Okay. All right, so Article 29, is there anybody interested in presenting this?
I'll take that one.
Okay. Do we want to assign it and then vote on it, or just vote on it as we assign them?
Yeah, I think assign it and vote on it.
Yeah.
And be done with each one.
Okay, then is there a motion to accept the zoning bylaw 73080C enforcement penalty for violation? I don't have to read the whole thing, right?
No.
As presented on the public hearing notice?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Amy?
Aye.
Millie?
Aye.
Anthony?
Aye.
Michelle?
Aye.
Carries an aye. Okay, is there anyone who would like to present Article 30?
Do we want to just lump them together so, we only have to go up once, or? So like, I take so many, you take so many, or Amy takes so many, all in order.
It's up to you guys. There's probably a couple, there's a couple that I would want to do, but may not be in the same order, or actually I think that you guys probably don't want to do and I would do. It's more like it. But you guys tell me, whatever you want.
I just think it would be a lot more streamlined if we weren't going walking up and back and forth.
Do you want me to do prohibited uses and contractor yard? Or or if Millie wants to do prohibited uses, then I can do contracting yard and the next one. I don't even know what order they are. That's what.
Well, do you want to take prohibited uses and then contractor's yard? Because they were kind of your...
Sure, definitely.
Yeah.
Yep, I'll do those two.
Okay, and then maybe Millie comes back around, but...
Sure.
Okay. Is there a
I'll take the passing over one.
Okay, is there a motion to accept Article 30 zoning bylaw 705010, general provisions for prohibited uses as presented in the public notice?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Okay, and actually, I'm sorry, as they were presented in the public notice, did we make any edits that makes it so it's no longer what was presented in the public notice?
I didn't hear the last part, Carrie.
So when we sent out the public notice and there was a packet, if we made any edits since the public notice and residents saw the packet, do we need to specify any edits that were made tonight?
Well, that will be incorporated into your motion.
Okay, so we did not make any amendments to this one because we kept animals as is, correct?
Well, no, that is an edit. You added of animals at the last meeting, then
Okay.
you changed D, and then you changed M.
Okay, so first on the amendments, is there a motion to amend to add the words of animals to the prohibited uses A?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor, Amy?
Aye.
Billy?
Aye.
Anthony?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Carries an aye. Is there a motion to approve the amendment to remove or fat rendering and manufacture of tallow, grease, and oils from for G4D?
So moved.
Second?
Aye.
Nope, second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor, Amy?
Aye.
Millie?
Aye.
Anthony?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Carries an aye. Motion to accept the amendment, fur farming, raising and breeding of fur-bearing animals for their fur.
No, that's
Not an edit?
oh, wait,
It
no.
was an edit.
How it's printed already is raising and breeding of fur-bearing animals. Oh, you want to add for their fur? I never caught that, sorry.
That's okay. So the amendment is add for their fur.
Yeah.
So it's actually, we have fur farming, raising and breeding of fur-bearing animals for their fur. The
I guess
edit-
we don't have to add fur farming if we don't want to. If we just want to add for their fur, does that make sense? Or do you want to add the fur farming? We did last time, but it wasn't edited yet, so.
But if I can just point out something, if the way, at least the way that it was printed, it says raising and breeding of fur-bearing animals. Like, why else would you be raising and breeding fur-bearing animals if it wasn't for their fur?
I know, that's true, but then people wondered, well, what does that mean? I guess
We got a question could that include like breeding of animals? Because it didn't say for their fur. It just said raising and breeding of fur-bearing animals. So it could mean that you're just raising and breeding dogs. And we didn't want to prohibit it. It was a question we got from an audience member.
I mean, in all seriousness, everyone, I don't think any zoning enforcement officer would ever confuse fur-bearing animals versus someone having dogs.
And if I'm not mistaken, it's hair on dogs.
Okay, so are we not amending this?
I think you should just keep it the way it is.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll take it out.
Okay.
So the way I have it, or again, the way that it was printed was raising and breeding of fur-bearing animals.
Yep, and that's what's in there now, right?
Okay.
Okay. Is there a motion to make the amendment to strike yard for storage and sale of used buildings and junk materials and instead replace with junkyard or automobile graveyard?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Amy?
Aye.
Lily? Aye. Anthony?
Aye.
Michelle?
Aye.
Carries an aye. Okay, is there a motion to accept Article 30, the zoning bylaw 705010, general provisions for prohibited uses as amended?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor? Amy?
Aye.
Lily? Aye. Anthony?
Aye.
Michelle?
Aye.
Carries an aye.
Quick question. So Kathy, when we get this, will it be already amended, or when I do this on town meeting floor, do I have to talk about the amendment?
No, it'll be, the amendment will read as how you're discussing it tonight, which is different than the warrant article that will be above it. So people may say, oh, why is it different? And then you can, just briefly explain that it was through the public hearing process that these changes were made.
Okay.
Oh, we can't print the revisions now?
No, the revisions are being printed, but they're gonna show up in the motion.
Okay.
So the warrant article is how you all originally received it from me.
Okay.
Okay.
So who, I'm sorry I missed, who is presenting this?
I
Amy's
will.
on this one,
I'm gonna give it a shot with all these amendments.
and Amy is on Article 31. So contractor's yard. Okay, so why is equipment highlighted? Is that an amendment?
Well, these were the changes that we made, yeah.
The ones in highlight?
Yep.
Okay.
No, Amy, you have materials highlighted, not equipment.
Oh, sorry.
In the,
Yeah. Sorry. Long night.
And
Okay.
sorry for the interruption. There was a question posed by Scott Rogers at 8:47. It says, "Do you need to close the public hearing?"
Oh yeah, we already discussed that, Jim.
Oh,
Thank you.
sorry about that. Not a problem.
Okay, so we have two edits to this one, those two, and sales and then materials.
yeah, I mean, I think you can just, if you wanted to, Carrie, just, as amended tonight, and there's actually 4 amendments. There's the sales of materials, products and services, keeping in disturbing, and adding materials.
Okay. Is there a motion to accept, yes, to accept zoning bylaw 705020, classification of uses for contract yard as amended at the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Oh, sorry, Amy Pretsky,
Aye.
Millie,
Aye.
Anthony,
Aye.
Michelle,
Aye.
carries an aye. Okay, so next we have, so that one's all set, 31. 32, oh, I would like to do accessory dwelling. And we're passing on wholesale trade, and Kathy's gonna find out whether we need to pass over it or not.
Well, we have to take a vote on 32, right?
Yep. I was just on the same page, so I figured I'd knock them
Sorry.
out. Oh, no, it's okay. All right, so Article 32, we did not amend. Is there a motion to accept Article 32 zoning bylaw 705030, table of uses for residential districts, accessory dwelling?
So moved.
Okay,
Second.
All in
Second.
favor? Amy?
Aye.
Millie?
Aye.
Anthony?
Aye.
Michelle?
Aye.
Carries an aye. Okay, we are passing over the wholesale trade. And I guess we just need to find out 2 things. First of all, if we have to pass over it or we can just exclude it. But secondly, someone will just have to say.
So if we need to pass over it, I'll do it
Michelle to pass over? Okay.
and explain why.
All right. Okay, great. Article 34 is commercial storage. Does anyone want that one?
Sure.
Okay. So Anthony, we made no amendments to this one. So is there a motion to accept Article 34 zoning bylaw 705030, table uses for commercial and industrial districts for a commercial storage facility as presented at the public hearing?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor, Amy?
Aye.
Billy? Aye. Anthony?
Aye.
And Michelle?
Aye.
Carries an aye. Okay, the groundwater, I assume nobody wants to present this. I'm happy if somebody doesn't want to present it. Oh, no, this is the one. No, this is actually an easier one. I don't know, Anthony, did you want to do Article 35? If you're already
Sure.
at 34?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. This is, we made no edits to it? No, we did. Did we make it? No, we didn't.
Nope, no edits.
Okay, so is there a motion to accept Article 35 zoning bylaw 707010 groundwater protection overlay district, establish delineation amendments as presented at the public hearing?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor, Amy?
Aye.
Millie? Aye. Anthony?
Aye.
Michelle?
Aye.
Carries an aye. Okay, oh, this is the one I don't think anybody wants. Does anybody want to do this one?
Article 36?
Yep. I
No,
don't mind.
thank you.
Okay. All right, we didn't make any edits at the hearing. So, is there a motion to accept Article 36 zoning bylaw 707010 groundwater protection overlay district use regulations as presented at the public hearing?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor, Amy?
Aye.
Lily?
Aye.
Anthony?
Aye.
Belle?
No.
No? Okay, Carrie is an aye. So that's a 4-1. Let's see, Article 37, does anyone want to do this one?
Which one is it?
The
This-
non-conforming.
I can do it if you want.
Oh, is this our last one?
Yes.
Take it, Amy.
Actually, the changes aren't that bad in the end.
Okay, did everybody get one that wanted to present? Yep. Okay, so Amy, will present this one. We had some amendments to this tonight. So is there a motion?
No,
There actually wasn't.
not on 37.
Oh, because we didn't change anything.
Correct, yep.
Okay, so is there a motion to accept Article 37 zoning bylaw 708010 applicability and 708-020 special permit required for non-conforming uses as presented at the hearing?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor, Amy?
Aye.
Millie?
Aye.
Anthony?
Aye.
Michelle?
Aye.
Carries an aye. Okay, so with that, any other comments before we close the hearing on this one?
Who is taking Article 36?
Oh, did I pass that? No, that's me, isn't it? Did I miss it?
I wasn't sure, I didn't hear.
Yes,
I wrote you down, Carrie.
Yeah, Millie, did you want it? I thought you said no, thank you.
I said no, thank you.
All right, so I think, just to recap, so everybody knows their lines for town meeting. Article 29 is gonna be Millie.
Yep.
Article 30 is Amy. Article 31 is Amy. Article 32 is Carrie. Article 33 is Michelle, if passed over. Article 34 is Anthony. Article 35 is Anthony. Article 36 is Carrie, and Article 37 is Amy. Does that match up with what everybody else thought?
Yes.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Motion to close the hearing.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor, Amy?
Aye.
Millie?
Aye.
Anthony?
Aye.
Michelle?
Aye.
Carries an aye. Okay, we just have two quick things and then we'll be done.
Wait, Carrie, can I just ask one more thing on the zoning? Do you want me to prepare, comments or your presentation, or are you all comfortable with what you, well, you might not know now what you want to say, but I mean, I'm more than happy to do that. That's,
Oh, yes, you usually do that.
yeah.
I appreciated that last year, so
Me
I,
too.
yeah,
Oh, yeah, thank you, Kathy.
Okay, yep, so I'll just put that together.
thank you.
That's a relief. Okay. So then we have, we definitely need to get through some of these minutes. So, I'm able to go, I did not have a chance to do the April 6th minutes. How far did everybody else get for minutes?
I got two, I didn't do April 6th. Where's the last one? 316.
You got up to 316 or did not do
Through 316.
Okay. Did everyone else get at least through 316?
Yes.
Okay. Why don't we, well, we'll start with, does anybody have minutes, I'm sorry, I only have edits to the minutes from 2-2. Does anybody have additional edits to the minutes?
To 2-2?
Yes.
Let's see, page 3, something, page 3. Oh, I did have an edit on page 3 on 2-2. Sorry, I have to go ahead and turn on the light here.
That's okay. So for all the other minutes, I did not have edits. Did other people have edits to other minutes?
I did.
What, I'm sorry?
I did. I probably did too.
Okay, you did as well. All right, we'll just go in order then. Okay, Millie, what did you have for 2-2?
So for 2-2, I had on page 3, the first line in the last paragraph, where it says she forwarded a question about performance standards to Mr. Federico and Ms. Jubert about how it only be talked about in industrial. And it's kind of vague, so I thought if we said how it only gets talked about in industrial and industrial uses, why not have it be in all districts? I'm not very good at sharing my edits.
No, that's fine. You can do it this way. Well, at least for my purposes and Melanie's purposes.
Okay.
Melanie will just make these, if you all vote on the changes, Melanie will just make the changes, based on your, what you're saying tonight.
Okay.
Okay. You're on, what page you on again?
I'm on page 3, the first sentence, but the second line. The first sentence is, she forwarded a question about performance standards to Mr. Federico and Ms. Jubert about how it only be is what it says. But it really should be how it only gets talked about or is talked about in industrial districts and industrial uses. Why not have it be in all districts? It's just more complete that way.
Okay, so I can't see it because I made edits to mine, so we're not on probably the same line, but that sounds okay to me. Any other thoughts?
It's fine.
Okay. Other amendments? Did you have another one, Millie?
That's it.
Okay, other amendments to this?
No.
Okay. I did have a section that I wanted to clarify a little bit. I'm going to share it. And maybe, I don't know, Millie, if this tangles up with your edit or not, because it's in the same area. I just wanted to clarify this groundwater section because it didn't say exactly what I was saying at this time. So I just kind of went back and just kind of clarified based on what I had said so that it made a little better sense. I don't think it was getting across what I was saying at the time.
Okay.
So I don't know if everybody can see this, or if you want me to read it, I will. And Millie, this doesn't get tangled up with your edits, does it?
No. Oh, that makes sense. Yep.
Yep, that makes sense to me.
Did not catch that.
And Kathy, do you want me to send this to you?
Yep, that's fine.
Okay. That's all I had for that set of minutes, and it sounds like nobody else had any edits?
No.
Okay. Is there a motion to accept the minutes from February 2nd, 2021 as amended?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Amy?
Aye.
Lily?
Aye.
Anthony?
Aye.
Michelle?
Aye.
And Carrie's an aye. Okay, next we have the minutes from 216. Any amendments to the minutes from 216?
Oh, I just have to open it. I have 3.9 and 3.16. I want to see if I had any changes. I reviewed these for last meeting, so let me just see. Sorry.
Paragraph 2. No, I'm on page 4, paragraph 2.
I actually don't know if I reviewed those. I did 3.9 and 3.16, but if nobody else sees any, I'm sure I'm fine.
7, paragraph 3. Hold on a minute. So I actually had a few problems on this one because there were a lot of really long paragraphs that I didn't think fit together well. So I'm on page 7, and it's going to be hard to see, but I'm halfway down. I don't know if somebody can even bring that up. Page 7, halfway through the second paragraph, about 2/3 of the way down, there's a sentence that starts with Miss Martinek said she feels she has been asking for the updated permit. I think that should be a whole separate paragraph, because then it's, yeah, is that your cursor right there?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
That's perfect, yeah. Because then the next paragraph goes with regard to impact statement, which, it should have a which there, which said that sometimes it talks about the warehouses and other times about the road. It's unclear who is saying what in that statement. But it's actually goes with Carrie. Do you see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. So you think this should be together?
Yes, and then this one needs to split off at Attorney Mark Donahue halfway through there. So I think that is more clear when it's read that way.
Okay.
Because it wasn't clear who said what at what point. And then I thought that all right. I think that if you go to page 8, it says they try on the first paragraph, second line down. It says they try. I think it should say the applicant tries to comply, because it's not. There's no directive as to who that is. And then the line after that, it says she assumed at some point. I think that should go to Ms. Martinek stated. There's just some pronouns that are not clear who they are.
Me? Yes.
Does that make sense? Stated that. Okay.
Yep.
I think that's it. That just clarifies things, I think, when trying to reread who said what.
Okay.
Thank you.
Everyone good with these edits or have other edits?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess so. I missed those for some reason, but I'm sure they're fine.
Kathy, do you need me to send this to you, or you were watching along?
No, you can send it. That'll be helpful for Melanie. Thanks, Gary.
Yeah, that was a tough one, I thought.
Okay. Let's see. So, motion to accept these minutes as amended for February 16th, 2021.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, Amy?
Aye.
Millie?
Aye.
Anthony?
Aye.
Michelle?
Aye.
Carries an aye. Okay. The minutes from March 2nd. Any edits to that one?
I had none.
Okay. Does anyone want to make a motion? I didn't either. Did anybody else?
No.
No.
Okay, so then is there a motion to accept the minutes for March 2nd as provided? That was a weird motion. I'm not having amendments.
So moved.
Okay, second.
Second.
All in favor, Amy?
Aye.
Millie?
Aye.
Anthony?
Aye.
Michelle?
Aye.
Carries an aye. Okay, minutes from 3/9. Any amendments?
I had some changes.
Okay, are you gonna bring them up?
Sure.
I gotta learn how to do that.
Okay, mine was just at the beginning here. I highlighted it in yellow. Continuation, Ms. Paretsky described her understanding of what a non-conforming use was and what the intended changes of Attorney Dineski's memo were. And then I added this paragraph in yellow. In her view, there were not three options for the board to choose from. A was a change to 708-010. B was a change to 708-020. They needed to be done hand in hand. C was what Southborough had done, which in her view was him not recommending the Southborough bylaw, but just using for reference, as Southborough includes use and structure together, and we break them down into A and B. Ms. Paretsky was disappointed that Attorney Dineski didn't attend tonight to explain his changes. She had asked in advance and thought it was important. So that was at the beginning. And then the next line, I actually thought the intended changes should be in a different place in the line, but I didn't reword it. She wanted to add the purpose and intent to section 708-010 applicability. Ms. Joubert reviewed, and I thought it should be here, the intended changes line by line with town council today. It just, to me, it made more sense than Ms. Joubert reviewed line by line today the intended changes.
Oh, yeah.
So it was Ms. Joubert reviewed the line by line the intended changes with town council today, period. And then I had this little section I can email to you, Kathy, if you want, or maybe Melanie got it.
That's always helpful if you after the board votes on them, if you email them.
Sure, yep.
Oh, is that it for this one?
That was it, yep.
Okay. Any other edits to the minutes?
No, ma'am.
Well, actually, I had one thing here I didn't notice. At the very end of page 3, the board will move forward with Attorney Dineski's recommendations. Because he didn't really make a decision, he made recommendations.
Okay. Any comments on these amendments? Okay.
No.
Is there a motion to accept the minutes from 3/9/2021 as amended?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor, Amy?
Aye.
Millie?
Aye.
Anthony? Anthony?
Sorry. Aye.
Michelle?
Aye.
Carries an aye. And finally, 316. Any
I
amendments?
pulled it up.
Yes, you have minutes. You have 316, Amy?
Yeah, I just have a couple changes.
Okay.
On the first page under 1 Lyman, second paragraph.
Oh, are you bringing them up or no?
Yeah, it doesn't show it, no?
Sorry. No, it looks like 3/9 still.
Oh, okay. I switched. I thought it would switch. I guess it didn't.
I know, that's a pain.
Okay, so I'll share the new one. 36. thought I was being quick there. All right. So for 316, on the first page, public hearing for 1 Lyman. Second paragraph, Ms. Perutsky asked if they could include, instead of a summary for, I asked if he could include the required items per planning board rules and regulations, is what I asked for. And under 85 and 95 West Main Street, it said Michelle Gillespie recused herself from the matter, but it was actually a public hearing. So I just said Michelle Gillespie recused herself from the public hearing. And that's probably it. Yep, that's it. That's all I have.
Okay, any comments on the suggested amendments? Okay, is there a motion to accept the minutes from 316 as amended?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor, Amy?
Aye.
Millie?
Aye.
Anthony?
Aye.
Michelle? Michelle?
I'm just going back to Amy's question. Where was that on Amy?
Which, 316?
Yep.
The one where it said Michelle Gillespie?
Yeah, I did recuse myself, so.
Oh, yeah. It just said Michelle Gillespie recused herself from the matter. I just changed it to public hearing. It was a public hearing that you recused yourself from.
If you don't want to, do you want it specified that way? I think it actually is helpful to you to make that clear, but do you not feel that way?
No, you can say from public hearing. I didn't know where she was leading with that.
Okay.
Okay.
So aye on the minutes?
Aye.
Okay, and Carrie's an aye. Okay, so we are caught up through the last one. I think we can do the next time. That's the April minutes. And that feels good to get rid of all those minutes, or to approve all those minutes, not get rid of them. Okay, just lastly, I know everyone's probably just hanging on by a thread, but we had continued the discussion from last time. We were going to make sure that everybody got a chance to watch the ZBA discussion about the amendments going to town meeting. Last time, I don't think everybody got a chance to view it, so hopefully this time everybody had a chance to take a look. And then I don't know if we want to comment at all, or, you know, just in terms of the planning board's role in making recommendations at town meeting for the bylaws versus, you know, is it really the ZBA's role to then, you know, stand up and say whether they recommend amendments at all. I just want to open the discussion up to the board on that one.
Well, I mean, I don't know something that they have done in the past, but I do think it's important that if there are going to be questions that they are about the articles, that they are directed to the planning board. I was concerned that questions going to the ZBA when they weren't articles that they had prepared might be confusing to to people in the town, in the audience. So, you know, I can understand and appreciate that their feedback and that their recommendations are taken into consideration, but I don't know that having them stand up or be as a board present at town meeting is the right format for that.
Okay, other thoughts on that?
So I agree wholeheartedly with that. I think that it would be confusing, especially if there were some differing opinions about what the amendments, what they thought of the amendments. I think they've taken that, you know, in the past they've used their resident at large ability to stand up and make comments about amendments, and I assume, you know, they would do that again.
I agree too. I looked up the Mass General laws and it falls under the purview of the planning board. But I was wondering, should we just write a nice letter to the ZBA, like they wrote letters to us, and just write a letter, thank you for their interest in speaking at the bylaws at town meeting? But, you know, per Mass General law, the zoning bylaws fall under the purview of the planning board, and it would be confusing for the residents to have two different boards up there. For as long as I've been on the planning board, we haven't done that. So, and from what I read online, that's not the way it's done. And actually, in 2018, once I wanted to say, you know, it was unanimously approved by the planning board and the ZBA, and I asked, and Kathy said, no, it's under the planning board of the purview of the planning board. So I was just wondering if maybe we should even go as far as to write a letter to thank them for the interest. But I do think we did have, you know, a discussion earlier. We had the planning board hearing tonight. And so I think it would be confusing for two boards to be up there fielding questions.
Okay. Michelle, any thoughts from you?
No comments.
No. So Kathy, has this, I just don't remember a time or where that's ever been done, or it doesn't seem like the ZBA has ever weighed in with recommendations at town meeting.
I honestly don't, I didn't look anything up, Carrie.
That's okay.
So whether they've done it before or not.
I mean,
but just so that you all know, I mean, so far, you know, the zoning board of appeals hasn't taken a position on any of the articles.
Yeah, I mean, my bigger concern would be that if they didn't feel like they were included at all and they felt blocked out of the process, that, and this was a statement of not feeling included, would be my bigger worry. I do feel like we made a good effort to work and listen to each other and come together and talk about it. And if that wasn't a good way we did it, you know, maybe the better conversation is what can we do next time that makes it more productive, that doesn't make a board feel like they'd have to do that, or why we would even differ so much after talking about it and sitting down and, you know, fielding concerns. And then of course we got a memo from them as well of any feedback, and there was nothing substantial that caused us to change anything. So I guess my primary concern would just be if there's something wrong with the communication lines, how can we fix that? But I do worry that it's at a town meeting level, it just looks like we're disorganized and we don't have the right process in place. And I just want voters to feel like the public hearing, we facilitate a public hearing for them to come and put their input here, and then we bring that to town meeting based on their input, and that nothing should supersede that. What comes here at the public hearing and that we bring to town meeting, nothing should, you know, that's the direct line to town meeting, and there's nothing that supersedes that coming from the voters. So those are just my concerns. I don't know if I mean, I don't want it to be a negative memo. Maybe there is a nice way to just, like, to Amy's point, like, thank you for, I don't know, any thoughts on how we can communicate that, or?
Well, I mean, I think that they did give us a lot of feedback that was taken under consideration, and that perhaps their perspectives, because they're on the zoning board, is going to be slightly different than ours, you know, because a lot of times they're on the receiving end of having to do that interpretation. So I think that is really valuable. And I do think that it helped us make these decisions.
Do you think it helps or hurts just to write a letter saying thank you for your interest? But, you know, I feel like, I don't know, we've reached out and it would be confusing for two different boards to stand up and field questions, and that's, I don't know. Either, Kathy, you can bring that forward to them, or we could just write a quick little memo.
What's the best way to just communicate that, Kathy?
Well, since I'm staff for both of you, I think it would be better if you as chair, Carrie, just, you know, I mean, I can certainly put together, you know, a few sentences and I'll send it to you. But I think it should be, you know, the way you're discussing this tonight, you know, that a memo, you know, to the board would be appropriate as opposed to me delivering the message.
Okay, is that?
Yeah, and when we did the major rezoning several years ago, or worked with the zoning and board of appeals, you know, it was always a good working relationship.
Mm-hmm.
So, I have a good working relationship with them. I don't have a problem with them. I think your message should be positive.
Yeah.
Yep, that's what I totally meant. I wasn't, writing anything negative.
I don't think you need to remind them of the role. I think they understand it. I don't think you need to be quoting Massachusetts law.
That's
So-
fine.
So Kathy, if it makes sense, do you want me to draft the first one or do you want to draft it and then?
It doesn't matter to me, Carrie.
Okay.
If, you know,
Well, whatever the case, and then is it possible you can send it to the board and we just say that looks fine and we'll get it to the ZBA for their next meeting?
sure.
So I'll just, based on what we said tonight, I'll draft a memo that's in the spirit of collaboration and positivity, and we'll take it from there. Does that sound good?
Yeah, no, that sounds great.
Okay, then, is there anything else on our agenda, Kathy, that we need to get through in a timely manner?
No, not. I've run out of things for tonight.
Okay. That's it? Okay, great. Is there a motion to adjourn?
I make a motion to adjourn.
Second?
Second.
All in favor, Amy?
Aye.
Lily?
Aye.
Anthony?
Aye.
Michelle?
Aye.
Carries an aye. Okay, thanks, everybody. Thanks for hanging on, Jim. This was a long one.
Thanks. Good night.
Good night.
Okay, thanks. Goodbye.